anymore. I am not going to restart anymore. That's it. And let's fix this. What's up, Dagger? Okay. That's it. No more playing around. Oh, now it's working. And now it's working because I could see it. That is so freaking bizarre. So I need to go out. There is a dual meteor shower going on. No, I did. It started lagging because I'm messing with the stream, Dagger. I'm trying to. It'll affect all the streamers when I'm trying to fix one. It's not YouTube. It's not me. Well, it is me, but it's not technical. Well, then again, it is technical because it's an issue that I just tried to fix, and I did. All right, so let's get rid of these two. Delete. Okay, while that deletes, let's go on this side and get rid of the Facebook ones. This is the pain. It's getting rid of it. As 1, 2, 3. See? Move to trash. And move to trash. So good shows tonight. I Detective and Soul Wanderings, both great tonight. And right now Jimmy Church is on, and his guest should be joining him in about 20 minutes. Jay Weidner. Should be a really interesting show. But right here, it's all about the Skywatch. I'm just waiting for something to delete. And the date is wrong. I've got to change that on this. Today is the 28th. Save. We're good on Facebook. Unbelievable. What's up, X? Okay, now let me go in here. It's funny, when I switched the account, then it started to work. He's got his phone charged. I see that, Jaguar. I'm getting all the pop-ups out. There's a lot going on here. I'm streaming to 5 platforms right now. Yep, 5. Okay, so we're in that. I think I'm in the 2 different chat rooms on the YouTube channel. It's a little confusing, even for me. I see everything's fine over there in Trovo, though. I see Marco and Shaden and Daggers and X-Lady. I saw Bobby and Jaguar over here. But I'm not so sure right now which YouTube chat I'm actually looking at. Okay, this is my normal channel. Yes. So what the heck is this one? It would be an interesting question where, oh, the date isn't fixed here. Okay, but now it is. Oh my gosh, this is freaking me out. It's actually freaking me out. The number just changed as I was looking at it. Wow. Maybe I need to go back. See, it's not on that one. I'm about to do like Twilight Zone music. I need to confirm. Okay, there's Skywatcher Gaming. Now, what the hell does the chat look like in here? I can't tell because maybe there isn't. Pop out. All right. Now we're good. Good. Settled. So we're on both YouTube channels, Twitch, Facebook, and Trovo right now. And there is a dual meteor shower thing going on right now. One is more toward the south, and the other one is pretty much, I have the, of course, you know, I have this thing out and ready to go. I love Sky Map. I love this app. And it's very accurate. And you can see how it's moving around the constellations, but obviously I'm pointing it to the camera, so not much is gonna move. So right now it's just coming over the horizon. One of them is, at least, the Delta Aquarids. That's of course Aquarius, and right next to it is where the other meteor shower. So I've got to look. This doesn't really tell me. If I had to guess, north is that way. It's kind of east. I'm not going to say exactly east, but it's pretty much facing the east. Because somebody will say, Bill, it's southeast, northeast. Well, look. It's east to me. That's all it's going to be. Yeah, but really, Bill, it's northeast or southeast. I just gotta enjoy it sometimes. Let's see who's coming in here now. Yeah, Daryl, I saw that on Google Sky Map. I gotta go out and adjust the cameras, actually. And the moon is coming up. Oh. It actually says it. It is. To be precise, it's east, but it's actually, Delta Aquarids is to the right of the word east on my Google Sky Map. Oh, yep, you're right. Jupiter. Correct. Right above it. The radiant point. Daryl. Yeah, I'm looking for the Aquarids. Yes. And hello to Daryl. But I need to go out there. Every time you say that, Dago, I think of that pig in the Geico commercial, or whatever it was, with a little pinwheel thing going on out the window. Wee! That's what I think of when you do that. Remember that commercial? Oh, what the hell is that light that just went on? Oh, it's got to be the one in front of the house. The solar motion sensor light. I thought it was a light from the sky. Ooh, it's a beam coming from above. They're coming. They're coming.
I'm here. Take me.
Oh, man. Anyway, I need to go outside. The moon's definitely going to be an issue as this comes up.
I don't like the opening.
Because it's going to wash out. It's in the same direction. It's like literally right there. The moon is like right there right now. All right, I'm going to go outside and adjust the cameras. Camera. Mom is doing something with the washing machine. I don't know what it is.
Organizing.
This is... I better not say a word.
Excuse me?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
You better not.
Mm-mm. I'm not saying a word. Not me. I'm not getting in trouble. My volume looks a little low. That should be a little better. Okay. Projector screen. What's up, Jade? Jade, you're not first. I don't know where he is, where he went. Oh, there he is. Jade, you're not first. Everybody's in the Bill NY Skywatcher chat. And in the other place, Trovo. They could be on Facebook. They could be on Twitch. But there's a whole bunch of people hanging out in Bill NY Skywatcher right now, Jade. So you all alone over there. And you didn't even say where the UFOs are at. Or at. And Pine Bush is coming, so we need to talk logistics. And now Bob comes in. All right, let me go outside and play with these cameras. Let me bring this one down. Make that bigger. Ooh, it doesn't look too bad now. It's actually pretty good, the focus. I ain't messing with the focus. I can tell you that right now. But we're definitely going to move the camera. I may have to say goodbye on the camera. Might be in the, my big mug might be in the way. Beautiful night. Oh my God, it's cool. Oh, it's so nice. I could sleep out here. I swear I could sleep out here. Oh, let's leave the door open. Don't lock it. Mom! Is there any coffee? But don't put too much creamer because you killed me with creamer before. Yes. Recycle. There he is. That's like Jade now. I see him in the chat. Yeah, Jade. This is what's probably going to happen for Pine Bush Week. I'm expecting a lot of people to start coming on Tuesday. But it's going to be tough because I need to go to Pine Bush. Maybe I'll do it Monday by myself. Because I really want to go in there and do all the equipment and set it up in the community center where the speakers are going to do their presentations. And I want to test every possible thing that I have now. Because I have a lot of gadgets. So, I mean, I could do it by myself. Which would be Monday if Lance and Domini can allow me to do it. I just can't do this. I have to go there. But the plan is to go to a tour at the museum on a Thursday. Friday will be insane because, there's going to be a lot going on here. Now, well, Jade, you're going to have to get here by Monday, by even Sunday. You're going to have to be here a week. If you choose that mission. because I'm either going to set up the Mevo cameras and have people wear a mic and change the batteries before anybody else goes on, because I don't trust it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, I'll call you. And then we're going to take a trip to Mark's house, I hope, because some people have never been to Mark's. Now, I have to talk to Mark first, of course, to see if that's okay. I mean, obviously, I can't say that until I speak to Mark officially, but I know Marianne, Rob would love to go to Mark's workshop and see where he does everything, even though it's for the time being, because we all know Mark probably will make the move to Arizona to Sky Tour West at some point in the future. And he's not a big fan of the cold weather anymore. I don't think he has been for a while. So it's going to be, I got to have my options. Either I go with the Mevos or I go with my two Sonys. And I don't have to worry about cables because he has a guy right there that he can rent the cables, and I don't have to bring that stuff if I need it. So all he does is get on the phone, and the guy brings it within an hour, and I could. But I'm gonna have to go over there early, like at 10 in the morning. But now that's a problem because I do shows in the day. From 12 to 2. It takes an hour to get to Pine Bush. 45 minutes. So it's going to be hectic working around my schedule. And the weekends, it's locked up. There's nobody there. So I'm going to have to pick my poison on which day to go to Pine Bush to set up my equipment. But I ain't waiting until Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday would have to be the best day, and I'll just have to figure out something. But we'll see. But I'm always planning ahead. I have to. And hello to Kira. Kira, how are we doing tonight? Everything good? Kira is about to give birth to her beautiful baby boy, her and her husband. Well, actually, she'll be doing all the work. Well, he'll be there too, of course. But she'll be... Oh, boy. I mean, not get in trouble because she's in chat over there in Trovo. I think I'm going to put Jimmy Church on. Of course, it's courtesy of kgradb.com. And you can see Jimmy's video in the members area at KGRA Radio. No, I'm saying KGRA Radio. KGRADB.com. Problem with Trovo. What's wrong with Trovo? Trovo looks fine to me. Now you're over there again, X. What's going on? You're getting me confused. I'm not even looking at what's going on in Facebook, if anything. Okay, she's back. Let me check Facebook. You never know. I really can't have, like, if I had more monitors, which I have another one new in the garage, but it's insane. Oh, my good friend Pat Daniels, who was host of the Fringe Radio, which I was a big follower and fan. And he is a great friend. And I when I go to Utah, he is definitely on that list. And he's the one. I should get him on sometime. I got to get him back just to talk a little bit about it. The ham radio operator, Delphi, where the pilots supposedly seen an orange rectangle. or square off to the, I forget which side. I don't want to quote it because I'll get slammed. It was off to either side. I can't remember which side. And it seemed to be moving along with them. And he was the one that picked it up. It became a big case that a lot of people talked about. And that's him. And I remember how that all went down because he called me. Bill, you're not going to believe it. I was like, what's going on? And then he told me, and I can't remember, what's the name of the site where they keep the audio recordings, or they used to, for like 30 days? Does anybody know that site offhand? Because I can't think of it offhand. I can't remember it's some website that keeps all the air traffic controller communication, and he says, Bill, go check it out. It's there, because he was telling me. And I had it on one of my computers. I don't know where it is, but I have that audio recording somewhere. But you can find it. It's on. But as of what Pat told me, it's been redacted, even though a FOIA was put in. Because what he heard was a little bit different from what the recording that was released had on it. Anyway, Jay Weidner is Jimmy's guest. Let's go into it because he's just about to get started. And I am carrying the station, so I could just play it right here. Let's tune into Jimmy Church, Fades to Black, with his guest Jay Weidner.
My lungs these days. I'm gonna do my own edit. I'll send it to you. How's that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, right on. And Jay, I actually I want to do a little bit of a recap with you. And I was thinking about things today and about you and about what we were going to talk about tonight. But I want to do a little bit of a recap about you for the audience that may not have been with us over the last 7 or 8 years. So we're going to do that. But there's also something else that is worth mentioning here. I, to this day, have people come up to me and go, Jimmy, the program's great, whatever. But that Cross of Henday, right, that you did with Jay Weidner, that Fulcanelli that you did with Jay Weidner is some of the best things that I have ever heard, and I replay them all the time. And Jay, I hear this like constantly. And so I'm going to say this. If you haven't gone and listened to those 2 shows that Jay and I did, Jay, it's like a half a decade ago now, or probably longer. But they're right. Those 2 shows were magical. We just happened to burn on all cylinders those nights.
Well, you're one of the only, I'm being nice here to everybody, but you're one of the few people that has interviewed me that I actually realized had read the book. So, I'm not going to say anything else, but, so that felt, you felt authentic. That was probably, I think in 2012 was the first one.
Yeah.
And you felt really authentic at that point, and I knew, well, because at that point I've done probably 1,000 interviews on radio, and I know with big people like Art Bell and things, and I thought to myself, I'm going to start saying yes to people I really have never heard of. I'm going to start saying yes and do interviews and try to help them as people helped me when I was younger. And so when you called me and I said, okay, I'll do your show. And then I was like, holy crap, the guy actually read the book. He actually knows what he's friggin' talking about.
It was, and we were able to, because I had questions, and not questions that were written out, but I had questions of after going through all of it. And when you do the deep dive into Fulcanelli, that is one of the most frightening, daunting, interesting rabbit holes that you can possibly go down. And all you have is questions surrounding all of that. And you were the guy. And it really, it came out in the show because I had things that I needed answered. And it's still to this day, it's one of the most intriguing stories and personalities in the history of the world. And I'm talking about Fulcanelli, and then you swing it over to the Great Cross of Henday, and what is behind that globally. You know, it's just not it's not just about the cross. I had questions. Anyway, two of the best shows I've ever done, and people mention it to me constantly. I'm sure they mention it to you too as well.
Well, what happened was that you opened up a bunch, because that was the first time I think I told the story about how I thought J.K. Rowling had taken the first book of the Harry Potter series and from the Fulcanelli legend. And that was the first time I said that in public. And that really caused a dam to break, because everybody realized that, you know, not only was Fulcanelli this mysterious guy kind of walking through the raindrops of history, but major pop culture was based on aspects of the Fulcanelli legend. And the whole thing where Harry goes to the castle in the mountains, everyone dresses in medieval clothing, and this is all linked to the Fulcanelli lore. And for sure, she knew she'd read it. I've never talked to her, and probably never will. But you know, if I did talk to her, I know I could get it out of her. Well, I know where you got that.
Hey, great artists steal. That's it.
Yep, they do. I steal.
Yeah, I steal everything. Yeah. Man, there's nothing original about me. But
nope.
The other part to this, and this is where this is my setup for a little bit of a reboot, because your journey through all of this, you've been at this for decades. And your journey, not only with Fulcanelli and the Cross of Henday and alchemy in general, has to start somewhere. So let's kind of back up. Were you ever normal? And you know where I'm going. At what point did life take that turn for you?
First off, no, I was never normal, and I was always. I mean, I did play sports and hung out and did action stuff with my friends when I was young, but I really liked to read, you know, and be alone. And I enjoyed it a lot. And I won several awards at the library for checking out and reading the most books during the summer, that kind of thing. And, I had pretty high standards. I had a teacher that gave me the essay called The 100 Books That Everyone Must Read, right? So I read them and didn't understand a lot of it, but, just by doing it, I trained the brain to be able to, become cognizant of things. And so, but also I owe a lot to Fulcanelli and his book, Mystery of the Cathedrals, because that book was designed to initiate you into a different way of thinking. And so when I read the book, I was really confused by it at the first, and so I read it again, and then pretty soon it was a stable right next to my bed every night, and I would read it until 1 a.m, trying to figure out what this book was actually trying to tell me. And then I realized that there were italicized words all through the text, and I was like, why is he italicizing certain words? So then I began going to the library and running down each one of those words. That was the big eye-opener there, because that opened up a kind of an alternative science, alternative view of history, an alchemical view of science, alchemical view of history that I had never considered, that the cathedrals themselves weren't places of worship. They were, but that wasn't their intended ideal. It was to create a healing center where telluric forces, invisible plasma forces, were brought down to the floor of the church where there was a labyrinth. And you would walk around in these forces that were being brought down in circular patterns while this giant organ would play. And there would be Gregorian chants and incense burning. And it was this intense alchemical healing experience in a time when there were no doctors. I mean, they were doctors, but they were all hacks and didn't understand anything.
Right.
So this was vitally important to the health of the community. And so then that begins, okay, well, then who paid for the cathedrals? Who built them? Right? And the Catholic Church says, we didn't do it, right? And then it becomes, okay, so what's going on there? Then you say, oh, there's a secret society that's doing this. There's a secret society that's doing this for the betterment of our world, not a secret society that's doing it for the detrimental values, but for the good of society. So this is a completely different, growing up with the Illuminati and all of a sudden I'm now discovering that there's a secret society in history that did things to help people, and that they built the Cross of Henday to warn us about a future event where a plasma event from the sun would come and the Cross of Henday was built around the year 1600. We can tell by the erosion on the cross. So that tells me that was built at the very beginning of the last Maunder minimum, when we went into a time of no sunspots. Fulcanelli and the Cross of Henday are very keen to tell us that the sun is going to play a big role in these upcoming events. All right, the sun has been without sunspots pretty much now for about 4 years. And we know from the Chinese keeping records for 2,000 years that every time there's no sunspots, we go into a kind of a cold period. And then this reduces the sheath, the electromagnetic sheath of the Earth, and causing us to have more danger from these solar cosmic rays and the coronal mass ejections. And so this is where we're moving. And now the science is following the mysticism. It's usually the way that ideas transmit into society is the first people that see the idea are the mystics. The second people are the artists. The third people are the scientists. And the fourth people are the politicians. So the mystics, Fulcanelli, sees the Cross of Henday and understands it, passes it down. Soon artists are making films like Knowing with Nicolas Cage and talking about this in kind of an open way, Harry Potter and the rest. And then it got now science, which was criticizing all of this before, as fear-mongering is now in line, saying, yes, this is a very big concern. We have hundreds of nuclear reactors which could lose all of their power if a CME hit like happened in 1859 in the world. And so we can see that in some ways it's some of the most important information conveyed. And what's really interesting about it is the Cross of Henday chapter was not in the first edition of Mystery of the Cathedrals that was printed in 1926. It was included in the reprint in 1957, and it was added. It was added because somebody visited that castle and got the chapter from Fulcanelli. And when that chapter came out and then it was translated into English in 1958, there was a sudden interest in building underground bases and creating a space agency to take a look at the outer space and what's going on around us. You can see that there was suddenly a concern with the sun and the aspects of it, and a disaster, an imminent disaster. And also the beginnings of the secret space program were at that time, where they were deciding that now was the time to do Project Horizon and dig into the moon and create underground bases. So the whole thing is really the story of our time. That's why you and I both find it so interesting, because it answers so many questions.
There is, and let's back up, because there's another interesting part about this, and I also want to talk about where. But how did the book found you? The book found you. So how did that happen?
Well, as I said, I'm an avid reader, and I was living in L.A. I was a screenwriter, and I was on Saturdays, I would go out, usually the San Fernando Valley, where they would have all these really opulent garage sales. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but man, you could pick up some serious bargains at these garage sales if you knew what you were doing.
Yes.
And I was looking for books mostly, but other things. I'm into really good carpeting, Persian rugs and things. And I picked up for like nothing. A Persian rug now that's in my living room is worth probably $30,000. I think I bought it for $400 or something like that. The person had no idea what it was worth. But I went to a book, one of these sales, and there was a bunch of books, and only had $20 on me because I was broke. And the books were $1 each. So I bought, and they were incredible. I had no idea what these books were. They were all on esoteric subjects, and I was like really fascinated by it. And, the guy was, no doubt into all this stuff, who had ever died. His wife had no idea what the books were worth. So I bought 20 books for $20 and went home, and one of them was Mystery of the Cathedrals, and I still have in my bookcase right behind me all 20 books, became the most valuable books I ever owned, and read each of them many times. But the Mystery of the Cathedrals was so unfathomable that it was the nut I had to crack. And so I dedicated over 20 years of my life to cracking the nut, and I'm still not over it because, since then, and since I've been on your show, I've been taking a lot of drives through northern Arizona and southern Utah, and the odd landscape. So in the electric universe theory, they would take a piece of mica and they would zap it with electricity for like a half hour.
Right.
And it would look just like Arizona. There'd be mesas, and there would be these weird, rock spires and everything. And we know that the Native Americans on their hieroglyphs in the area have plasma images, because of the plasma physicists have said those are plasma images. They witnessed a plasma event. And finally, we have the whole idea that the Grand Canyon may have been not carved out by erosion, but maybe the result of a gigantic lightning strike, because it certainly looks like that from the air. And so the Southwest Indians experienced this event sometime in the not so distant past. So this Henday stuff doesn't happen once every 12,000 years, as I originally thought. It happens on different places on the earth at different times. And it happened here probably 1,000 years or so. I don't know how long a petroglyph can last on a cliffside in the American Southwest. If someone out there does know this, or you're an archaeologist, please contact us and tell us, how long they last. That way we can figure it out, because whoever built those saw this event, whatever it was.
I see where you're going with this. Now, let me ask you about Mysteries of the Cathedral. Now you've got the book. I have to, what went through your mind as you start to attempt to investigate who Fulcanelli was, the history of this book? By the way, is yours the 1958 edition?
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That's
hardcover.
Extremely rare book, everybody.
Yes, it is.
Very rare
$1.
book. And the original edition, I think they only printed 200?
300.
Yeah, 300. That only went to 300 of the most important people on the planet. Right?
That's right.
And
That's
it was
exactly right.
very discussed back then how important this book was. So, I don't want to get into Fulcanelli and the history of this because it's an incredible story. You can go back and listen to the original episode that Jay and I did back then. But Fulcanelli may be alive today. I think he is. Do you think he's still alive?
Yeah, I think there's a group of people that are extremely old on this planet. Yeah. Not many, but a few. Few hundred.
I remember, I'm going to repeat this, Jay. I know we've said it before on the show. You and I were in a bar, and I turned to you and I said, so Jay, is there somebody in here that's 500 years old? And you looked around and go, yep, yeah, probably.
Especially where we were.
Yeah, especially where we were. And it's just a mind-blowing subject to get into. So for everybody, Fulcanelli, the Mysteries of the Cathedral, and of course Jay's interviews that we did so many years ago cover all of this greatly. But back to this, for those that don't know you, this introduction to alchemy, and it is a rough thing for most people to accept, and once you start to get into it, it reads like science fiction, it reads like fantasy, but this is a culture that exists on this planet. How did your mind accept it, Jay? Because it's just a crazy subject to get into.
Well, I mean, I originally was trying to debunk it. I was a very scientifically oriented person at the time that I got the book and those other books. And so as I read the 20 books in total, because I do that, I read a lot of books at once, I began, realizing that there was this whole strange world of mysticism and alchemy and histories that we aren't being told about, and it was very befuddling and upsetting, actually, more upsetting than anything else. So then when I hit Fulcanelli's book, Mysteries of the Cathedral, I said, okay, this guy is either faking like he's an intellectual, or this is like just some kind of hoax, a giant hoax. And so I started reading it, and then after a while, I would, of course, check up on things, little things that he would say, and I would always find them correct. And I would say, how did he know that? I mean, how did he know a certain little thing about a certain place in a cathedral? More and more I read, the more and more I realized I was dealing with a mind that was up there in the top 1% of minds, and that this was no joke. It was deadly serious. And, and then I read the book more and more and got initiated by it. And then at the end, I realized that all the things that I had been taught were completely wrong. And I was not, all the ways that I had looked at the world were wrong. And that I needed to wipe the world clean and start all over, because I didn't know jack. And I was about 34 then, and I was moving my way up into the world of making money and the corporate world and everything, and so I had to kind of keep this sort of a secret because it's so weird. But what happened is that in a way it was like the passport to success, because what I discovered as I moved up the ladder of society, I guess you could say, and met people more and more in the upper echelons of society, and when they would discover that I was into alchemy, I was invited to their house. I'm talking about rich people, very wealthy people. I was invited to their houses. They would take me on trips. They would give me presents. And I know what it was. They wanted to know the secrets of alchemy, and they thought I might have it. And I didn't have it. I mean, I still don't have it. And not completely. And I also believe that if your desire is to get rich, you're probably never going to achieve the transmutation of the soul. It's just you're too weighted down in the material world, and you have to make your soul lighter than a feather. The Egyptians would weigh the soul, and it had to be lighter than a feather. So you have to eschew the material world for the most part in order to succeed in the transmutation of the soul, which is really just the ability to control where you are going in the astral life. That's really what it's about. It's about learning how to control, first how to map, and then how to participate and guide yourself through the upper realms around us, the etheric realms.
Now,
that's what alchemy is about.
And how do you, Jay, how do you accept this while cruising around the San Fernando Valley, right? Which is the exact opposite of all of this, right? It's a harsh reality.
That is really true.
Yes.
Yeah, that was always a big dilemma of mine in LA after that incident. all of a sudden I became seriously alienated from not just the land that was there, but my friends. I mean, when I would go to parties, I would realize how, shallow everyone was, and pretty much all they were interested in is chicks and cocaine, which is fine. Not against anybody having a good time, but when you're sitting there and you're suddenly starting to elevate into these higher realms, you become alienated. You find fewer and fewer friends and fewer people to talk to, and then at a certain stage, you become the person that everyone wants to talk to, because that what you are discovering is so amazing, and everyone wants to know about it. And so, I try to share it as much as I can. It's like reaching. It's like we're living in a black and white world, and it's a famous alchemical drawing. And then the alchemist is reaching through this like etheric dome. And on the other side, everything's in blazing color, and everything is beautiful and prismatic. And that's the place we want to be. And we want to get out of the material world, because all it does is weigh you down. You can have nice material things. I do, and I'm grateful for the universe for granting me everything that I have, but I'm not attached to any of it. I've lost everything I've had before, as I know you have too, Jimmy. Yeah, you just come right back. That's all you do, It's not really about that. It's about a higher calling, a higher way to live your life, and everyone should live it, because you don't know how many times you're going to be here. You don't know, and so you want to work to. What you want to do is you want to make yourself so light, free of the material world, that when you do leave this world, you move up into a higher realm, and the less material you are, the higher up the realms you go. Believe me, I've been there. It's really, really nice up there. Trust me, there's nothing to fear.
Let's take our break right here. This is Fade to Black. I'm your host, Jimmy Churchill.
And good evening, everybody, or good morning, or even in our friend James' case in Australia, it's actually going to be 1 in the afternoon, Thursday. So we're listening to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, with his guest, Jay Weidner. There you go, Jay Weidner. And it's courtesy of KGRADB.com, which is right now offering a 3-day free trial at the website for memberships. And there's a ton of video content, audio content, classics, collections, you name it. The Chronicle series, so much stuff is on that website to enjoy. All right. Now I'm looking at what's going on in the sky tonight. And I was reading a couple of the websites, but they're all saying the same thing about what's going on. So there are two twin meteor showers will peak tonight. Pretty much, if you look at Capricorn or Aquarius, that's the area of that you want to be pretty much looking at it, but not exactly. Right now, it's just I'm looking east, but you could pretty much look anywhere in the sky. And the moon is about to come up. Excuse me, and that's what it's saying here. Moon will likely block efforts to watch Delta Aquarids and the Alpha Capricornids. And hello to Katie and One Man, Duplicat, Brothers Grimm, Daryl. I don't know if Daryl's still, he might be back later. Everybody hanging out in there. So, yeah, the moon is going to definitely be an issue. But with this camera, we can play with the gain and adjust accordingly to that. So, one is known as being faint, but more frequency, up to 20. The other one has 5 per hour, but it's known for fireballs, bright streaks. So I'm just being honest because it makes it easier for me to get a bearing. Yeah, you can look at the stars and the planets because Jupiter is right above it. I'm not kidding. I use this, and that's exactly where I'm pointing. And Jupiter is right above. So Right now, the radiant is right below that star, right above the leaf on the bottom left side. That's Jupiter. I'm looking at this, and yes, that is, because I'm looking at this lining up. Saturn is also involved here. Saturn is by Capricorn. So that would make sense. And I use Google Sky Map. It's great. I love this app. I really do. Pluto's there. Actually, they're not that far away from each other. It's incredible, actually, when you look at it. So we're going to keep an eye on this general area of the skies, my point, and see what happens. Now, I do have a show to do tomorrow, but then I'm off tomorrow night. So I think I will stick it out as long as the weather cooperates tonight. We're going to get back to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, Jay Weidner in a second. But I'm going to try to stick it out as long as it doesn't get cloudy, because tomorrow they're predicting showers and thunderstorms. So that means at some point in the morning, you're going to start to see an increase of clouds. It's just bound to happen. And good to see Jaysco. And I don't know what the weather is in Churchill, Manitoba, Canada, but at about 2 a.m., depending on what's going on here, we may go check on, see what's going on with aurora borealis activity. Okay, I squeezed all that in before Jimmy came back. So I hope you're all having a wonderful night, morning, day, whatever it is. And hello to everybody that's watching on the 5 platforms: Twitch, the 2 YouTubes, Facebook, Trovo. And here we go. Jimmy is coming back. And our best wishes to Kira, who may or may not be preparing for labor. She said she was in, a mild labor all day, but early labor. But it might be kicking in now because she's not around. She might be actually getting her bag and on her way to the hospital. So we wish her the best. Okay.
Who holds the Lucky Pony record.
Wow, is he still going on a break here? And Shaden, hello to you if you're still... And Sepson, I see Sepson's in here.
Across the globe on...
Wow. Yes, Lewis, Wisconsin had rough time with storms. Hail, I seen that. I can't put music on, obviously, because of... We all know why. I mean, you can't even hint it. That's how it is now. I don't know what's going on with Mom and Tycho, but there's some crazy stuff going on between those two. He gets into like little fits with her. It's crazy.
I want everybody to get ready. It's time to get our knowledge on. And I've got to give a big shout out to RU right now. And that's just magical, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, Jay, this is when I started to do my deep dive into the mystery schools and alchemy. What I found was discouraging in that the real information is not out there. It truly doesn't exist, at least easily, right? And the you hear mentions of the mystery schools and the secret teachings and the secret mystery schools and alchemy and you see, and it's mentioned in literature, but once you try to go there, it doesn't exist. So help me and the audience. Let's go back a ways here. Let's go into the deep history when this knowledge started, and was there a specific geographical point on Earth? I always think of Egypt first, and I may be right, I don't know, but can we go back that far and start there?
Yeah, I think what Egypt was, by the way, Egypt was named Alchem. I don't know if you know that, but that was the name that they called themselves. It means the Black Lands, because everything in alchemy starts with the black, the Negredo. And what I think, it didn't really start in Egypt. What I think it was that there was a 100,000 year long advanced civilization that got destroyed by, probably the comet or a solar flare or a combination of both. I think it's a combination of both. I think the comet hit about 13,000 years ago and put us into a nuclear winter, which pretty much killed almost everything on Earth, by the way. And we know this is true. And then it's called the Younger Dryas. It was a 1,300 year long period that then suddenly ended quickly, causing massive flooding. And I believe that was a solar flare. So that's the double catastrophe. According to Fulcanelli, the double catastrophe is what ended the last age and what's going to end this age. And so I think it's a double whammy of a comet and then a solar flare. So, I think the whole purpose of the mystery schools is to pass down this knowledge to keep it alive through the age of Pisces, which is the last 2,160 years. And the age of Pisces is a very top-down, authoritative. Well, we know. We have to read our history, right? Going all the way back to the very first world dictatorship, which would be Rome. So as Egypt faded in the age of Aries, the previous age before Pisces, the Piscean way of thinking took over, and that was kind of anti-spiritual, anti-alchemy, very authoritative, very much, this is what we do, you do what we tell you to do, you think what we tell you to think, and everybody had to live under those rules, teachers, police officers, judges, everything that we all have in this world today. And so that top-down authority destroyed alchemy, because alchemy is a very democratic process where you stay at home and you try different things over and over. And what works for you works for you. There's not a mass religion. It's a series of experiments and practices which allows your soul to grow. And so Egypt was the place where they kept the knowledge of the previous 100,000 year long civilization that developed all of this advanced thinking. Think about like yoga. Where did yoga come from? We have no idea. Just one day out of the blue, there were these incredibly intense, well thought out exercises designed to, relieve pressure on organs and spine. And someone put thousands of years into studying the body to come up with just yoga. Then think of acupuncture. Somebody studied the human body for thousands of years to find those points where they could put the needles, and it works. Anybody who's ever had acupuncture know it works. This is all alchemy. All of these things are remnant of this civilization that Egypt tried its best to preserve. And they did preserve a lot of it. They didn't preserve a lot of it either. And so, we have big gaps in our knowledge.
So for those 3,000 years when Egypt was doing their thing, I'm talking 3,000 BC all the way up to Cleopatra, this knowledge was shared, right? You could go to the priest, you could go and acquire this knowledge, you kick down some food, kick down some gold, right? Did your thing. But this knowledge was out in the open, and then at year zero, right? Or thereabouts.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, at year zero, alchemy goes underground.
Yeah, that's at the beginning of the age of Pisces, and the top-down authority approach begins to take over as the only way that you can rule people. And so that kind of forced the alchemists to go underground because, for one thing, it was now turned into a completely materialist world, and they thought that the alchemists had the ability to change lead into gold, and so frequently alchemists would get arrested by the kings, and then, you make me gold, you make me gold. It's not about that, man. I can't just go make gold. That's not what it's about, right? But they wouldn't believe them, and they would die. So that would force it even deeper underground. This happened also in China during the Taoist alchemy, because don't forget, China also had an alchemical tradition, as did Europe. So we have really 4 places: Greece, Egypt, China, and Europe, that were the alchemical centers, and India too, actually. So 5. So alchemy was really, this great underground science religion until the age of Pisces began. And, I want to talk about that just for a brief second, because
Sure.
A lot of the division that we see today, we think it's left versus right, Republican, liberals, and Democrats, and all that, but it's not. It's a battle against the ages. On December 21st last year, the conjunction at the solstice, December 21st, was the turning point where we went from Pisces to Aquarius. We are now fully in Aquarius. And that you can see that this strange conflict is heating up. And what is this conflict? This conflict is not about politics. It's about a rebellion by the Aquarians against the Piscean top-down approach to everything. Everything we see is that, from homeschooling to learning on Zoom to defund the police, which I don't support, but I can see where we're headed with the police, and I can see a future where we're going to do more of community policing. I think also agribusiness is going to go away as we all begin to realize we got to put greenhouses in our backyards and start taking care of things. So we're seeing the splintering of the Piscean culture. In medicine, that's what the anti-jab thing is about. It's not that they're against the jab so much, or against the authoritative way it's being introduced. And, I know people that have the jab, they're perfectly fine with it. But, if somebody comes down their driveway, they're going to yell and scream at them, right? Because you're not allowed here. You shouldn't be doing this. This is not what we do in this country, right? So you're seeing the splintering is that. I know people on the far left who actually agree with people on the far right more than they agree with the middle left.
I know.
And so you're seeing this. Yeah, it's a weird thing, and I'm not really political, so I don't watch it. I watch it more from a mythos, from an alchemical point of view. What's really going on here, and you can see that that is the war across everything. Hollywood, gave us top-down entertainment, right? Big studios had to raise up a bunch of money, then they would spend $20 million to make a movie, and we all went to the theater and we saw the same movie. Well, guess what? Those days are over too. I guarantee it. YouTube and BitChute, your show, far more entertaining than what Hollywood is putting out. And it is. That's what I watch. I don't watch any. I have Netflix. I got Prime. I watch the movies. I'm saying I don't. But I do. I spend most of my time on YouTube and BitChute looking for odd, entertaining videos to watch. And they're free. And the same thing is going to happen in every form as the Aquarians take over. And what's really odd about this is the Pisceans created like the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, right? Those are Pisceans. And what they're doing is they're smart guys. They follow astrology. They know about all this stuff. Trust me, I know these guys. They're all into all this stuff. They know the Aquarian age is coming, and they're trying to create it now. They're trying to create a Piscean version of the Aquarian age because they know that when Aquarius age actually comes into full fruition, their ass is cooked. So they're trying to save it now, but it's not going to help them because the Aquarian age they're not going to follow any rules. I know a guy, he's 19 years old. He's got $1.5 million. He dropped out of high school at 16. He's a software genius. He doesn't have one teacher like you have in school. He's got 200 teachers all over the internet that he goes to and he learns from. He's going to be worth $20 million in 5 years. This is the new way. This guy said, he stuck his finger to the Piscean age and said, no, I'm not following your rules. I got my own rules, my own teachers I want to follow, my own thing. And the guy's a genius. He's 19 and he knows everything about everything. I mean, it's super impressive. And so I think alchemy is going to come back, is what I'm trying to say. I think this new liberating thing that's going on, which scares the Pisceans so much, and which you and I, people like us, we welcome. We're like, yeah, bring it on. Come on, we want it, right? And it's coming on like gangbusters now, guy. And it's going to reach a head where there's going to probably be some kind of, it'll probably be an info war, not a bloody war, right? It's just going to be ideas being thrown back and forth until the best idea wins. And so you see this top-down approach being challenged at every turn, every day now. And you watch the ratings of CNN bottom out. You watch the ratings of even Fox is starting to bottom out. So everyone's starting to bottom out. Movies are going to start dying. That doesn't mean the world's dying. It just means a new age is coming across where we are more in control of what our life is and what we're taught and what entertains us. And that drives them crazy. If you actually look at the subtext of what the ruling class tells us these days, they are actually beginning to tell us that we're not allowed to think. That's the new thing. It started about a year ago. You're not allowed to think. You listen to the experts. They know what they're talking about. You point out that the experts have been consistently wrong from the beginning, and all you do is get discussed. But you're right. They have been consistently wrong from the beginning, so why should we listen to them? And again, that's proof pudding that the authoritarian structure is falling apart and dying. It comes with its own scary stuff, but at the same time, I think we're mature enough to handle what's happening, and I think it's going to be a great new age. I really do. I think alchemy is going to come back.
Those out there that I know that are upset, their minds are twisted, their health, they're just walking time bombs of anger. Yep. Watch the news, right? It's a bizarre. It's crazy. In that, I choose what news I want to be exposed to. That's what I do. I click. I don't have anything forced into me, Jay.
You're an Aquarian.
Right?
That's
right?
Aquarian.
I make those conscious choices. And
you
and I, this is many, many years ago, but we were at a conference together somewhere out in the desert. And I don't want to, but anyway, but for those 4 or 5 days, I wasn't on the internet, right? I wasn't, no TV in the hotel room. There wasn't a TV in there to turn on. And I came back after those 5 days, Jay, and turned on my TV, walking through the house, and popped up on the TV was an ISIS video of ISIS like burning people in cages. I immediately got sick, right? My body went, you know what? That's my problem. That's it. I'm done. I was just great a few minutes ago, and now suddenly my body has changed. I turned it off. I learned my lesson, and I've never looked back. I only choose my news now.
That's right. That's very Aquarian. I used to live in the mountains of Santa Barbara, and we didn't have any internet. We didn't have any TV. It was really, very isolated. But I would go to the beach, Pismo Beach, about once every month because I love the beach. And I would, get a hotel room there on the beach, and we'd have a TV, and I'd turn it on, and I swear to God, I would have almost a traumatic experience.
Yes.
The first 5 minutes the TV was on. I would be, holy crap, is this really happening? And I'd just be shaking. I'd turn off the TV and go, we got to go on a walk on the beach.
Got to.
I got to shake this off.
Yes. I learned my lesson. And now I choose what is important to me. And that's it.
Me too.
That's it. And
everyone should do that, by the way.
It's
not watch a standard news outlet. Stay away.
I don't want to stay on the subject at all, but I'll say this: there is no way that all of these mass media outlets are telling you the truth, because every single one of them is the opposite of the other channel, right? And they're trying to tell you that they're telling you the facts and they're telling you the truth. And you go through, and each one of them is completely different, right? Which means none of them are correct. None of them. None. I choose my news. That's it. Everybody should do the same.
I'll end it with this. My rule is that I hear a story on the news that sounds absolutely incredible. It's probably not true.
That's it. It doesn't matter the source. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the source. Now, now let's back up. So this age of Pisces, which, and we look at those 2,000 years, right? 0 to 2000. We're at 2020, but go to those 2,000 years, and that trend is exactly as you describe it for those 2,000 years. There's no question about it. And now behind all of that, and if you go to the previous 3,000 years, there were some wars, there was some fighting, there was some, but everything basically was about self-improvement. Egypt went 2,000 years without an army, right?
And no navy either.
Yeah, no navy. So anyway, so that 2,000 years is right there. But behind that, Jay, what were the alchemists doing? And was there a good side to alchemy? We have Hermeticism. I want to get to Manly P. Hall. We're going to get to him in just a minute in the next segment. But what was running those families and those countries and those monarchies and those governments? Was there a good and a bad side to what was going on?
Well, yeah, as the Piscean age and the authoritative societies grew and more powerful, the secret societies began to have their own war. Because remember, there was a war at the turning of the last ages, 2,160 years ago, when Aries turned to Pisces. There was a war between the Pisceans and the Aryans. Not Aryans like white Aryan, but people of Aries.
Right.
And so that's when the alchemists began losing, is during that war. It took a couple hundred years to fight. And they were driven underground, but they were driven underground into secret societies that still maintained a presence in the world. And they were top-down driven too. So they were kind of very Piscean in their own way also. But they did preserve a lot of knowledge. And they did have the secret of alchemy. But around 1600, around the time the Cross of Henday was made, there was a war between the dark and light forces in these secret societies. And the light forces realized that the dark forces would do anything, essentially. They were psychopaths. And they said, that's it, we're out of here. And they scooted off into secret places, in South America and Argentina and Peru and maybe in Africa, but also in the mountains in Europe, in the Pyrenees and on the border with France and Spain. They hid out in different places. And the other group actually became, the dark group actually became what we now call the Illuminati. And they now rule us through their occult magic. And the other guys are sequestered away in their hideouts, but they're still in a battle with the dark forces, but they use a psychic powers and synchronicity to execute their struggle, and they know they had to wait out the age of Pisces. So now that the age of Aquarius is here, they're going to start their insurrection, spiritual insurrection, you might call it.
Is this almost a form of, and there's so many definitions of it, of entropy, and of a cycle?
Yeah, as the cycle comes to its last quarter, its last 600-700 years, it begins falling into an entropic cycle. So the age will end. That's why we know there's going to be an economic collapse and all the other things that people are talking about. The age will end in a complete entropic moment. That doesn't mean it's the end. It just means it's the end of that age. It will regroup and reform, and the Reformation is pretty much what I'm describing. All you have to really do is think about the last 2,000 years and the top-down authoritative approach, and you know that the next age is going to be the opposite. It's going to be
bottom up,
a little more chaotic,
right?
A little more anarchic, a little more freedom is going to be big, and but we're also we are going to be starting to grow our own food. We're going to have to, because the price of food is just going to go through the ceiling, especially with the inflation that's coming. So and the food will be better. We're growing it. It's our food. We know what's in it. And so we're actually going to have a vast improvement in our way of life. But it's going to take a couple hundred years for the Pisceans to scram the scene. They're still going to want to do it. They're still there, and they're both Democrats and Republicans, conservatives and liberals. There's no way around it. They're both authoritarians. And that's not what we are. They're all part of the Piscean system that began with Rome and is ending probably with the crash of the United States, which is the new Rome. And it's a good thing. I'm not trying to scare anybody, because I'm actually very optimistic about it. And I want everyone to prepare for it. It's not going to happen suddenly. It isn't. It's going to take years and years for this to unfold. But it is going to unfold, and you are going to see these structures fall apart, and you want to be there for your friends and family to make sure we all get through it all, okay.
Let's take our break right here. This is Fade to Black. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. I guess, and Jay Weidner.
And yes, Jay Weidner. I do have Jay's contact. I think he would be a tremendous guest with Chris Dante Harris. Gonna have to give Jay a call, because this is exactly some of the topics that Chris Dante Harris of the Rundown Live speaks about Monday through Friday, 12 to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So Chris Don will be live tomorrow. I know Lee Spiegel has a new show tomorrow, new episode. Open lines for Jimmy tomorrow night. I just have to let everybody know. And I'm not going to be able to stream the show on Facebook. Can you believe it? Night Vision did a pre-record, and I have it. And it's already edited and ready to air on Friday night, both on video and audio on kgradb.com. Due to the graphic content that they're going to be discussing, I can't jeopardize the KGRA Facebook channel, because the way they deem stuff, due to content and what they consider, whatever the categorization is. This is going to be a highly risky show, and I don't want to jeopardize the KGRA's Facebook page getting shut down over a show. Because it's grisly, and they had someone on, and as I was producing it, they did put viewer discretion advised. They did all that. Which could work, but in these days, in these times, you can't even rely on that when you're dealing with social media and what's going on social media. And I told her. So she told me, by the way, most of the show was about an old axe murder of a priest in 1897. A few grisly details. And once she wrote that, I knew. And they spoke about it for a while during the show. I can't. Out of good, I have to think about the station. I have to think about a lot of things. So it'll still be on the KGRA YouTube. Ma, shut the light. She just yelled at me to shut up. It'll still be on the KGRA YouTube 18 plus. It'll be on the members. Just won't be on Facebook. Just letting everybody know. Now. Okay, let's get back to Jimmy Church. And Elise, Mom and I are praying for you. We will light a candle for you.
Good.
Yeah, that's Mom putting the lights, everybody. She to go out. She stepped outside for whatever reason. But she shut it off. But that is the front light of the house on the other side. Anyway, let's get back to Jimmy Church. Minus the music. Wow, that's some heavy music introduction. It's been going on for 30 seconds? I don't know. I'll be right back after this because I got to close the door. I'm hearing noise from the other room. What's the name of that song? Not ELO. ELP did it. Fanfare, Common Man.
Jay, in just a second, but now I've got to tell you about Virtual Shield and Virtual Shield VPN. I say it.
Let's see. That's been going on for approximately 5 minutes. Yeah, right. Buy her some night vision goggles. I actually need some new night vision. I know what I'm going to get. I just got to wait. What's up, Jose? And Brian Knox. Okay, let's get back.
That we live in today. And everybody needs to have their own VPN. And the best out there is Virtual Shield. It's all easy to do, okay? Just click on the link in the video description box below. It'll take you straight to Virtual Shield. You can type it in virtualshield.com/fade to black. You can do that. You can go over to jimmychurchradio.com, click on the banners that are over there. It'll all take you to Virtual Shield, and you will get Virtual Shield VPN for 50% off today. Do it. Keep your location private.
Yes, Brian. We just try to have a good time, do the Skywatches. I am producer for KGRADB.com, so we do play a lot of the programming courtesy of KGRADB.com. I mean, they have such great people involved, from ownership down, not even down, well, down to me. I'm the producer. We all great hosts, always getting great, interesting guests. So all around, really cool. And yeah, sometimes we'll get together and we'll play Family Feud, chat versus Skype when that happens. But basically, it is a chill, relaxed environment where we all get to enjoy. And we have a mod army in most of these chat rooms that are going on, and we usually don't have issues with that. So it's pretty cool. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and his connection to Southern California is all here, all the way to modern times. You know, we think of Manly P. Hall. You look at his picture and you think that, you know, he lived 300 years ago. Well, he might have, actually. Now that I think about it. But Manly P. Hall, tell us about your connection to Manly.
Well, Manly actually died going to. I remember I was telling you I lived up in the mountains above Santa Barbara. I lived at a place called Zaca Lake, and in Manly's big book Secret Teachings, there's one of his emblems is the 72 names of God, and he has them listed out. And the 48th name of God is Zaca, Z-A-C-A, just like Zaca Lake. And I was a big fan of Manly and, you know, saw that when I was living at Zaca. And so I went to the rich guy who owned Zaka Lake, and I said, "Hey, have you ever seen, the 72 names of God and the 48th name is Zaka?" He goes, "No." And he's looking at me, goes, "That must have been why Manly P. Hall wanted to come here." And Manly P. Hall actually died going to Zaka Lake. Trying to go to Zaka Lake, probably because he recognized that it must be an important place, because it's not just the 72 names of God, it's the 72 places of God. That's what you have to understand. There's 72 different places on the dodecahedron of the earth, which are all divinely inspired, and this place was that. And then, before that, I had actually lived with Manly Hall's wife, Maria, for a few months in right there near Los Feliz in the 80s, and we went through all of her drawings, and I sat and heard all of the stories about Manly, and that he thought he was Madame Blavatsky reincarnated, and it was just, and of course his book is the greatest, esoteric book for the everyman. In other words, a regular Joe can read that book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages I'm talking about, and understand pretty much what they're reading, whereas the average Joe would have a real hard time with Fulcanelli. So that's why I'm so grateful to Manly Hall for all the great things he did. And, he hung out with a lot of big stars, and Jack Parsons, and I mean, this guy had a life. Let me tell you, it was very elevated soul, and so was his wife Maria, very elevated soul, and he was the game changer to me of the 20th century for the English speaking world, because he brought all of the mysteries together in that one book. And it's very likely he was murdered, by the way.
Let's go there for a second. How did he die?
Well, it's strange, because he was on, I forget the name of the highway now, on the way to the mountains above Santa Barbara, and the police were called, and they came to the scene, and he was about 150 yards away from where the car was, out in a field near some trees. He was an older guy, and it was like not an easy walk to get where he was, right? They said, "Oh, he had a heart attack. He was out there walking and he had a heart attack." And maybe he did, we don't know. I can't really prove anything. If I don't want to get sued or anything. I already know about that. So, but the two guys he was with, immediately after they reported it, and the Santa Barbara coroner came and got the body, immediately went back to Los Feliz in Los Angeles and started stealing everything that Manly had. All the books, all the rugs, he went everywhere, all over the world. You got to remember, at the end of World War II, an American with money could go to Europe and pick up incredible stuff at a song and dance, right? All sorts of things, incredible books and art and paintings and sculptures, and because Europe was broke. So Manly was doing that. He was going over to Europe and buying all this stuff, and he had this incredible museum warehouse of the most incredible esoteric stuff probably ever collected. And it's all gone now, because these guys pretty much sold it on the black market to everybody, and now the collection is not gone, but 40% is gone. The 60% that remains is still great, but they, of course, took the best of it and sold it all off. And, they got away with it, and they're all dead now, and, it's a sad story, but he was a great man, and his lectures are all available on the internet for free. Jordan Maxwell I think he operates a site where all those lectures are available, and so his stuff is incredible. If you want to hear a real American spiritual pioneer, Manly Hall is the guy.
I go and listen to his lectures all the time, and
yep.
I'm just so thankful. I remember when you and I were actually talking about this, in that how fortunate we are that somebody recorded all of that stuff. I mean, long, deep, in-depth conferences where he would just go from the beginning to the end without taking a breath. I don't know how his mind worked for him to put this information together. Long, comprehensive, deep knowledge, and there is so much of it out there. Manly P. Hall, we're not talking about 1700, 1600. This is somebody that is from the modern era, and we were able to preserve this stuff, and it's all out there.
Yeah, again, it's kind of weird that he was from New York, but he picked Los Angeles as his place to do this. And again, Krishnamurti, the great spiritual person, went to Southern California, and Alan Watts went to Northern California, and there's this time period from 1925 to 1980 or so when California it just was this cutting edge, incredible place where you could travel up and down the coast and hear the most incredible teachers. This is before the internet. So we were all craving information. And of course, I was living there and definitely taking advantage of the Ojai Institute and all of those places that were bringing all the great people in, like Terrence McKenna and all the others. And what's the place in Big Sur? That's a really cool place. So, it was this epicenter of a spiritual wave which went west to east across the country. And Manly was the first guy. Honestly, he was the first guy to actually bring out this knowledge in a meaningful way.
Now, and I want to go back. Speaking of the knowledge spreading out, you ended up, I want to know how you financed it, but you did a lot of traveling, and you're trying to put the pieces of these puzzles together. You had some information, and you were chasing this, and you ended up trying to figure it out. When you started to choose a country, where did you go first?
The very first country I went was France. I went to Hendaye, and I went to all the cathedrals and a lot of other special places. And then I went to Peru to follow up on the Peru part of the Cross of Hendaye. And while in Peru, I began realizing that Peru was part of this 100,000-year-long culture that was here in the United States and in North and South America. And then that sent me off to pretty much all four corners of the world at this stage. I mean, I've been everywhere, and, I haven't been to Antarctica yet, but I'd like to go. And, following all of this tradition, because in the end, I came to realize whether I was in the Middle East or I was in Egypt or I was in South America or I was in Europe, it was the same tradition. It was always the same tradition. It was all had the same inner elements of it. And that was what Manly Hall put together in Secret Teachings. He went and showed you that the Chinese and the Hopi and all these people all had this same idea that was strangled in the age of Pisces. And 200 years earlier, Manly Hall would have been burned at the stake, right? So as the entropy of the age of Pisces started to set in the 20th century, that confusion allowed him to self-publish a book that would change the spiritual landscape of the entire world. And he couldn't have done it earlier. It would have been outlawed. And so, thank goodness he had rich patrons that helped us get, this all come along. And that's, by the way, who helped me with my travels. We're just rich patrons that are interested in this stuff and want to finance it, and they didn't give me much money, just enough money to get to places and back. But, I'm still thankful to them for doing it. And, again, there's something about alchemy which attracts the top minds. Tesla was into alchemy.
Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton wrote more about alchemy than any other subject. Da Vinci was into alchemy. Michelangelo was into alchemy. All the great minds, Stanley Kubrick was into alchemy. They are all into alchemy. There's something so attractive to it. It's a combination of nature and science. That's what I think it is. It's a combination of science and shamanism. It's like a form of shamanism that's guided by deep principles, right? I'm doing everything I can to create the great alchemical comeback.
Now, you just brought up Kubrick, and I'm pulling up here your incorrect top 10 of Stanley Kubrick films. I told you I was going to do this. and I'm pulling it up, and now, did you pull it down? No,
it's up. It's up there. It's just way down there. I post a lot.
Yeah, you post way too much. How?
I do.
I'm okay. I'm going to get to it. Okay, so my comments, I was pretty surprised about your number one. And
a lot of people are.
Yeah, and your number two. Okay, so let's go down to your top 10 list. What was your number one?
Dr. Strangelove.
Great film.
Yep.
But why would you choose that as number one?
Well, I watched it recently, and the dang thing is just funnier than hell. And I haven't laughed, my wife and I haven't laughed so hard in a long time. And it's just, I realized, Mel Brooks said it's the funniest movie ever made. And I realized, I actually tried to make a comedy one time. And I realized how really difficult it is to be funny on film. And it stuck that this truly was the darkest satire, the funniest movie ever made.
I can't believe I haven't. How much do you post, man? I watched Dr. Strangelove and
it's on July 26th because I posted on Stanley Kubrick's birthday.
Okay, I just passed up July 26th, so I don't know how I.
Happy birthday, Stanley!
Yeah, happy birthday. No doubt about it. Okay, let me back up. I watch Dr. Strangelove about once a month. Okay, I own the film. I pull it up and I watch it constantly. And every time that I watch it, I come to realize the divine perfection of the film. Funny, 100%. But it's the editing, it's the framing, it's the set design. The casting is absolutely dead spot. Is perfect.
Oh my god!
And
one of the best cast films of all time.
There's no question about it. But it is not better than 2001.
Well, it edges it out. But they're both. Let me clear one thing up. All of those films, except for the bottom two, are amazing. Okay, so the division between them is minuscule. Got me?
Yeah. I could. But you're still wrong. And let me tell you why you're wrong. First off, 2001 is the greatest film ever made. So if you're gonna make a top 10 list of Stanley Kubrick, well, by default, 2001 is at the top. But you've got Paths of Glory here at number 3.
Yep.
Jay. I just got to hear your reasoning behind this.
Paths of Glory is one of the greatest films ever made.
No, I need to know why. You can say that all day long. Why? I mean, how?
Because it reveals the corruption of that ruling power elite that I've been talking about, the Piscean. It reveals how they will do anything. They will kill innocent people, anything to maintain their authority. And in the 1956, that was the ding. That guy had to have basketball-sized huevos to make that film. It got banned in England.
Yes,
it got banned in France. Winston Churchill said it was the greatest anti-war film ever made. Orson Welles, after he saw it, he got interviewed. He was walking out of the theater and said, "What did you think?" He said, "I don't know who that guy is, but you better watch him. He's got talent."
Okay, but the problem with that is you've got A Clockwork Orange at number 10.
Yes, I do.
And Jay, okay, so if I was and Eyes Wide Shut at number 11, and this is the thing, Eyes Wide Shut, as bad of a film as it is on Kubrick standards, right? Bad editing, bad music.
Thank you for saying.
Right, okay?
Yeah.
It's still an amazing film with an amazing script and an amazing storyline that revealed all of the darkness that is around us.
The reason that it popped out at number 11 was because we never saw Kubrick's version.
Right.
We saw the Warner Brothers version, so that's where it lost all of its steam. And until I get to see his version, I have to judge it low, because Warner Brothers, you got lousy editors working for you. That's all I gotta say.
It's so funny because you watch the film and you can see the scenes that are shot, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's absolutely incredible with every edit before and after each scene is wrong. Right?
Yep.
For the entire movie.
Disjointed,
yes,
crazy film, and I want to love it because of the plot line, and I even like Tom Cruise in it, and the photography and the music, and again, it's a Kubrick film, so it's in the top 20 films of all time. But I as rating with Kubrick, and the reason that Clockwork Orange fell to 10 was because of I watched it recently, and it's just it's a good film, but man, that opening 40 minutes is that's a rough go, man.
Oh man, it's so good. It is
a rough
excellent.
One,
no.
The music, and it's so brilliant. I mean, the Rossini and the music and the dance and the choreography of the fight scenes.
Yeah, doopy. Yeah.
When I'm watching it, I'm like, Stanley, you are using all of your ability to make me like this psychopath, and I kind of irritate by that.
Really? Okay. All right, so let's go to Spartacus at number 5, questionable because he only directed half of that film, number 1. But The Killing at number 6, I can see that kind of mid-pack. But you've got all of this ahead of The Shining. You've got it ahead of A Clockwork Orange. You've got it ahead of Barry Lyndon, which Barry Lyndon is one of the most underrated films of all time. The cinematography, the lighting, the candles, the effects,
everything.
Right?
Amazing movie.
How could you have that at number 8 behind The Shining?
The Killing is Stanley Kubrick's most underrated movie.
It's a great film. It's a great film. But
he was 24 years old when he made that.
Yes, but your list is upside down, Jay. Except for Dr. Strangelove in 2001, which is incorrect from the word go, but to have a Full Metal Jacket behind Paths of Glory doesn't make any sense to me. And then you fall off, and to have The Shining at number 7, I just don't get it. And The Shining is probably the greatest horror film ever made, number 1. And number 2, it's probably Stanley's third best film.
Shelley Duvall's performance is off, and I don't know why Catman Scruthers goes back to there without knowing that Jack Nicholson is waiting if he's psychic, and also the squeezed in with the Apollo stuff, which is cool and everything.
You're going to get struck by lightning. I can see why you're moving around. You're avoiding the lightning bolt.
No, I purposely made the list controversial, I have to admit. I'm promoting some of his lesser-known films and equating them with either being as good as or better than some of his great films. And I totally and completely acknowledge that Barry Lyndon, Barry Lyndon, The Shining, and Clockwork Orange, and Eyes Wide Shut are incredibly amazing films that no other filmmaker could ever make. And they're brave and they're Stanley Kubrick, but I had to promote some of these other ones which are going to fall by the wayside already. They have not, the Academy of Films has not, I don't think that they've printed Paths of Glory. They've printed 2001 Dr. Strangelove, Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon, and The Shining, but they haven't done Paths of Glory, and they haven't done The Killing.
And they haven't. I don't think they've done Lolita as well.
Yeah, but these films are going to fall into obscurity if we don't, have Hollywood realize how important they are.
Now, do you find? I've only got 30 seconds, so I just want a quick answer on this. Lolita is probably one of the most difficult films to get through because you know the subject matter and you know what's unfolding here. Does it make you squirm like it makes me squirm? Do you find it difficult to watch?
Yep. Very difficult film to watch. And pretty much Kubrick added in this whole secret pedophile scenes with Peter Sellers and his mysterious lady friend, and wasn't in the book. So you have to wonder, what is Stanley Kubrick trying to tell us if he suddenly adds all this stuff into the screenplay that wasn't in the book? And I think that he was trying to say something. And I'll finish with this last one. In the opening scene of Eyes Wide Shut, there's two guys sitting at a table while Nicole Kidman and her Hungarian guy are dancing, all right?
Right.
And they're just sitting there. They're kind of obvious in the scene, but they don't talk or anything. They're just talking to each other in the background. At the very end of the movie, when the little girl, Nicole and Cruz's little girl, is going through the Macy's, there's all these animals looking menacingly around her. At the very end of the aisle are those two guys. I'll leave you with that.
Man, I remember. I've got to get to this break, but this is like 25 years ago. I'm home alone, whatever, DirecTV, scrolling, and there's Lolita. I went, you know what? I don't think I've ever watched it, right? So I click on, I watch the entire movie, and I get to the end, and I just felt dirty. I felt wrong, and I was like, man, what did I just watch? And I can't take this back now. That's the way that I felt.
Yeah, I felt the same way, by the way.
Yeah, very uncomfortable. Let's take our break.
And we're listening to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black. Guest Jay Weidner. And hello to David and everybody else who's watching on the multiple channels, which I'll explain to Dee, who messaged me during this show. But first, I have to say, I have to agree with what they said about Warner Brothers. Okay. If you ever seen Justice League, the edited version by Warner Brothers, it is a travesty compared to Zack Snyder's Justice League. That movie was amazing. Now, you have to be a fan of that whole thing. I get it. And you could say what you want about Ben Affleck as Batman. But, wow, was the Zack Snyder so much better? Yeah, it was 4 hours long. It was dark. They had the next movie lined up if they would have went with it, and it would have been interesting. I'm not going to give out spoilers. But the ending was like, whoa, what is this? And you had to watch after the credits. to see what I'm talking about. And I was like, wow, why didn't they go this way? Because they wanted to make it happy, happy, joy, joy, freaking Justice League. They took a lot of interesting scenes out of the original Zack Snyder one. I mean, I couldn't believe how many they took out to make the other one. It changed everything about that movie. And it's really interesting where it could have led if they would have went with it. But it's not going to happen. Now, D, the reason I'm streaming on both YouTubes is because my primary, when I signed up for this new streaming platform, is Skywatch Gaming. So I have to add the second YouTube channel as a custom platform. It's called an RTMP. I don't want to get into all the technical babble. You copy and paste the URL and stream key, and you make your own custom destination. Pretty much that's what it comes down to. So I'm stuck when I'm doing Skywatches. It has to be on both channels. I don't have a choice. If I tried to switch the primary, which I tried already, to another one, I would have to cancel this original subscription that I got for this and start a new one. So it's a nightmare. And have to reset everything up again. Because all the scenes disappear. I can import them from OBS Studio, but it's still a nightmare. And I'm not going to do it. Now, when this expires, when this subscription runs out, then I'll stop it and switch over and make Bill NY the primary. But it's technical. It is what it is. But it's okay. Because I'll only do Skywatches on the Skywatcher channel, the Bill NY. And then when I game, I'll be on all the other platforms. And then I can't play music on certain platforms. So it gives me the luxury of streaming on 2, streaming on 5, streaming even on 1. Which is cool. So that was the whole plot behind the madness because of what's going on with social media and what you can and what cannot say or play. And I don't want to be grounded that way. I want to be able to do what I want to do when I want to do, like we should all have with our constitutional right to do so. Anyway, let's get back to Jimmy.
75.
That's Race. That's Race's voice.
That's 800-753-8534 or visit United Gold Group.
Yeah. You could tell that voice anywhere. Yeah, it's so true about Kubrick, the movies. Oh my gosh, when you think about it, all the great movies he was a part of. Wow. Amazing.
Couldn't stay sane without ponies to brush.
Why fade to black?
But I gotta say, he was wrong about the actress in The Shining. I thought she did great. Shelley Duvall, what was her name? I can't remember her name now. And Jack is Jack. I thought that's a masterpiece movie. It's like watching Misery. Misery is a great horror movie. If you want to call it horror. Thriller. I don't know. That movie was amazing. That movie cringed me. I was like, oh my God. I couldn't watch it at times. That was an intense movie. And Kathy Bates, what a job she did in that movie as an actress. Oh my gosh.
Stanley Kubrick's top 13. It was supposed to be top 10, I think. He ended up at 13. And I was the first person to respond to this, and I said, Jay, I'll straighten you out with the correct order on Wednesday night. And so I put together my top 10. I'm going to, and this is what is important for me with this. Jay's knowledge of Stanley Kubrick is probably as deep and accurate as anybody out there on this planet. He has analyzed Stanley top to bottom. We did a show on Coast to Coast about Stanley Kubrick, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Right?
Yep.
Or was that on Fade to Black? Or was that on Coast?
No, it was on Coast.
It was on Coast. And
Yep.
Stanley Kubrick, hands down, my favorite director of all time. I own most of his films, and I watch them constantly. I study them. I have talked to so many directors and filmmakers and directors of photography, and when the subject of Stanley Kubrick comes up, or the greatest film of all time, they tell me about film school, the LA Film Academy, and what is taught at UCLA, and 2001 is right there, and it is picked apart, and it is something that they study for semesters at school, at film school, and for good reason. Now, that being said, this is Jay's Stanley Kubrick top 10. Number 1, Dr. Strangelove. Number 2, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Number 3, Paths of Glory. Number 4, A Full Metal Jacket. Number 5, Spartacus. Number 6, The Killing. Number 7, The Shining. Number 8, Barry Lyndon. Number 9, Lolita. Number 10, A Clockwork Orange. And that's very, I just got angry, right? I just got angry. And so my response was, here we go. I'm going to straighten you out on Wednesday night. By the way, I got a lot of likes on my comment, Jay. I was not alone.
I saw that.
Yeah. So here's my Stanley Kubrick top 10. Number 1, 2001. Number 2, Dr. Strangelove. Number 3, The Shining. Number 4, A Full Metal Jacket. Number 5, Eyes Wide Shut. Number 6, A Clockwork Orange. Number 7, Barry Lyndon. Number 8, The Killing. Number 9, Paths of Glory. And number 10, Spartacus. And I only give Spartacus the number 10 because I had alternatives there. It's because he saved the day on a film that needed to be saved, and he did the best that he could do. It's an excellent film by any standard, but it's what his contribution to Spartacus, that just cannot be measured. But that's my top 10.
He took holy hell, too, by the way.
Yes, he did.
In that film. He was 27 years old, and he was working with all these guys that were 50, and they weren't going to take any crap from this punk.
Kurt Douglas.
And, he put up with it. Amazing abuse to get that film made. And he did save it, by the way.
Yes, he did. He did save it, and that's why it comes in at my number 10. I don't think anybody else could have done what he did, number 1. But the other part of it is the editing and the way that the film ended up coming together under tremendous pressure. It turned out to be an excellent film. Imagine if he would have shot it and been there, from beginning to end.
It would have been probably one of the greatest spectacular films of all time. He's the guy that directed the famous scene where the slaves are running up the gate and then it all falls over. He designed that whole scene. He shot it with the camera on the other side of the gate, watching the slaves crawl up the gate and panning upwards. And the cameraman's going, "This isn't how you do it. What are you doing, you punk?" It ends up being like the best stuff in the whole movie, right? And that was all Kubrick. Every time you see something good in Spartacus, action-wise, that's Stanley directing, and really at the top of his form. Unfortunately, he ended up hating Los Angeles, and so he moved to England after that. But or maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. But I totally agree with your list. In fact, on any day of the week, I'll rearrange the list. But that was his birthday, and I wanted to give some of his lesser-known masterpieces a little more light in the area, because a lot of people don't even know about The Killing or Paths of Glory. And
Barry Lyndon,
black and white.
No, so Barry Lyndon. You know what's really funny to me, and for those that have not seen Barry Lyndon, you may not have even heard of the movie, and I get that. Because all of his other works are referenced so much, and I understand that. But for me to have Barry Lyndon at number 7, it's testimony of his other great films, of course.
Exactly.
But Barry Lyndon, you watch that film and you will come away with thinking that you may have seen the best thing that was ever made. Why do you think that Barry Lyndon isn't spoken about like the Full Metal Jacket, or Doctor Strangelove?
Well, it's really slow, and it's got a Victorian story that takes place really slowly, but it's really a good film. He pretty much shot that film,
Yes, he
that
did.
was him. I mean, John Alcott got cinematographer, won an Academy Award and everything for it, but I know people on the set. I know the guy that plays the Lord, the young kid that finally betrays Ryan O'Neal.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that Kubrick was like behind the camera, behind pushing the lights around. He was literally pushing the lights around himself to light the scene. So that was all Stanley that did almost everything. And not to say John Alcott didn't add a lot to the movie. I'm just saying that, it was what happened is that Kubrick had made 2001. It cost $10 million, and he didn't think it was going to even make any money, to be honest with you. And he was really surprised that the hippie generation took it up and made it into a huge hit, because it was failing for the first 2 or 3 months when it was released in the United States. But then they changed the advertising scheme and called it The Ultimate Trip. Everybody was taking acid, so everybody took acid and watched it, and it was a great movie to take acid to. So that made it a hit, but he didn't want to get the reputation of being a big, huge, expensive filmmaker. So he made A Clockwork Orange to prove that he could make a fantastic low-budget movie. So he made that, I think, on $2 million, $2.5 million bucks.
Right.
He made Clockwork Orange, no big stars, a great movie, no doubt about it. It's absolutely fantastic. Everything about it is great. But, that violent opening scene, which flipped out the world in 1971, because we really hadn't seen things like that. Brian De Palma and all those other Martin Scorsese, they hadn't come along yet. So Kubrick, was still one more time ahead of his time with showing the realities of violence in the 1970s, because that's really what the 1970s movies were us experiencing not the bland reality of violence, but the actual realities of violence. But films were really criticized for that, with all the violence. But Barry Lyndon was to make up for Clockwork Orange. For the violence in Clockwork Orange, he decided he was going to make the ultimate period piece, which he did, and costume drama, and make up for the kind of the crazy filmmaking that he did in Clockwork Orange. So we can see that 2001 was the first film. To me, 2001 is the first film in Kubrick's work where a new Kubrick is emerging. The old Kubrick kind of dies in Dr. Strangelove, and a new Kubrick emerges. And this new Kubrick is this dynamic, confident filmmaker. And he begins, he's guiding his career through 2001, then A Clockwork Orange, and then Barry Lyndon, and then, of course, he wrote out his career with The Shining and Full Metal Jacket and Eyes Wide Shut, and he was also going to make AI as his last film. But those three films are all a reaction. Clockwork Orange is a reaction by Kubrick to 2001, not wanting to be branded as a big, expensive filmmaker. And then Barry Lyndon is a reaction to Clockwork Orange that, no, I'm not a guy who makes violent movies. And, I also make nice movies that anyone can watch, right? But buried inside Barry Lyndon is, the story of the elites, the refusal to let people rise up into the ranks, their ultimate destruction, and
there's one other thing,
horrific world of that time.
There's one thing about Barry Lyndon that gets passed over. So I'm just going to say this right now. His meticulous way of costume in all of his films, set dressing, framing, and accuracy, his perfection, and the editing is all there. But that's not the best part of the movie. The best part of the movie is Stanley understood lens, he understood light, and he understood film and chemical reactions. And so he chose in that film to shoot with candlelight. He chose in the film to capture what it would be like if you were living then. And it comes across from beginning to end of the film is this lighting that was accurate. No other director, no other lighting guy or DP or the head of a film studio would allow that to happen. But he chose to light and film this accurately. And it is one of the most pleasing things to see from beginning to end because you are there, Jay. And nobody mentions this.
No, and in fact, that the lenses that he shot the candlelight scenes were given to him by NASA. They're each $2 million lenses, and they gave it to him, which is kind of amazing in light of the other research that I've done. But yes, and what Kubrick did was he went to like the Hudson Valley painters, the different schools, and he studied their work for Barry Lyndon, and he saw how they made their light flow and the way it flickered off the trees and the leaves and the posts and the ceiling, and you know, and it would take photographs. He had a Polaroid, and he'd take photographs of these paintings, and then he would cover this wall with them, right? And then he would combine this with that and that and that. And that's how he built that film. And, you know, wow, man.
Yeah,
what
I know.
A genius.
What a genius. And so when you watch Barry Lyndon, and Ryan O'Neal, spot on, by the way.
Absolutely.
Spot on. Maybe his best film. And but anyway.
All the acting.
Yeah, all the acting. And when you go now, listening to me, go and watch Barry Lyndon, knowing, you know, just what to look, enjoy the film. But appreciate what Kubrick attempted to do and pulled it off. Because in today's world in digital photography, you have instant playback and you can do this, and you don't have the ability to play with light like you could with film.
No.
Stanley knew this, and he knew that in the end that this was going to be captured this way on film. And it is incredible to look at.
Well, film has 10 stops. You know, stops on a camera. It has a 10-stop latitude. That's incredible. Digital has a 3-stop latitude.
That's right.
Kubrick would have hated digital because he couldn't get that latitude of light that he got in Barry Lyndon, all of his films. But I mean, if you watch, the key to really good cinematography is to have one part of your frame that's absolutely white and another part of that same exact frame that's 100% black. All right? And then fill the frame with all the points in between, right? And that is the genius of Stanley Kubrick cinematography. It's in every shot. He always does it. And it makes the eye have to work. But the eye likes to work. The human eye likes to work. It likes to take in information. And when things are more flat, like in the digital world, it makes everything less interesting. But when you look at a film, any of Kubrick's films, the latitude of light and dark is so over the top well done that it makes every shot like, whoa. And, you know, and that's why I love Stanley Kubrick. I like him first and foremost because he's a visual director. He's telling a story through visuals. He'll try to use as less dialogue as he possibly can. And then I like his casting, and I like his stories. I like what he chooses to tell us. I find to be extremely pleasing because it works on so many different levels, like The Shining. The Shining has, like Room 237, it has like 7 to 8, maybe 12 layers of story going on that literally would take years for you to delve through, and Rodney Asher did a great job in room 237 of collecting all those stories. And I actually agree with all their interpretations. I'm not at odds with any of them. I think that, every one of those interpretations of The Shining is probably right. Kubrick locked all of those in, and what a genius. I mean, we actually are fortunate enough to have had a true genius behind the camera in Hollywood's history.
Now, it's so great to watch 237 and then just go straight into The Shining. Just watch them back to back. It's great to do.
Have you ever watched that Shining where the guy, it's split screen and he starts it at the end on the right side and from the beginning on the left side, and you watch it going backwards and going forward at the same time, and they exactly mirror each other?
Yes.
Like they're walking through the maze, Danny and Shelley Duvall, and that matches with Jack chasing Danny through the maze later. And it's like, what did he do? What the hell did this guy do? Did he sit around figuring all this stuff out? And I think he did. Actually.
Yeah. And it was shot on film. And that's the other thing. You don't have the ability to do a digital replay and line stuff up like that and hit it off. No, it was shot in his head. He knew what he was doing, and it lined up later. But I'm wondering if we should do overtime tonight. I'm having too good of a time talking. But let's get to Full Metal Jacket for a second. In everything that we just mentioned here, it all played out in spades in a Full Metal Jacket. It's the editing, it's the story, but probably as cinematic as anything that Stanley had shot. All of the good stuff is in a Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, Full Metal Jacket is one hell of a film that gets better with every viewing.
Yes.
And it's really an audacious movie because it's really two movies in one. There's a scene the first 45 minutes at the drill instructor and boot camp, and then there's this kind of strange meandering movie, but it isn't meandering. And you can take the cinematography and the great acting and all of that, but underlying underneath it all in Full Metal Jacket, and the name actually signifies this, and is this kind of Jungian alchemical concept of opposites, and how we can't understand the world in a singularity. We can only understand it as a duality. And so all during the boot camp scenes of Full Metal Jacket, they're constantly berating women, right? Mary Jane Rotten, right? Mm-hmm. And this is my penis, this is my gun, one's for killing, one's for fun, right? All this stuff about sexuality and degrading women. And then the only women in the movie until near the end is the female prostitute in Vietnam who doesn't want to have sex with some of the guys because, they're too loaded and wants to have sex with other guys. And, kind of a degrading view of women, right? And so the movie seems to be this kind of strange celebration of fake masculinity and degradation of women. But then, at the end of the movie, we find out the only person in the entire movie who actually has bravery, who actually is fighting for their people, is the 15-year-old female assassin who's shooting at the group. And when she's finally confronted and caught, she's the only one brave enough to say, kill me, right? And he doesn't have the guts. The brave Marine who's been trained to kill, right, with Born to Kill on his helmet, right, he doesn't have the guts to kill her because he knows that she's actually braver than him. And Kubrick finishes off the film with the coup de grace of the Marines walking through blazing fires and bombed out areas singing, "Who's the leader of the club that's made for you and me? MICKEYMOUSE." In other words, they're not men, they're mice. That's what Kubrick is saying. The Marines are not actually creating real men. They're brain controlling, mind controlling men into a false masculinity. And the whole middle section with Animal Mother and the cruelty to the Vietnamese and all that, that's the result of the fake masculinity that is being taught in the boot camp, right? And the girl as the hero of the movie is just that beautiful Stanley Kubrick counterforce where he just twists you all over the place. And there she is, fierce, brave, ready to die.
Accurate, disciplined.
Yep. Good shot.
Yeah, great shot.
Yeah.
One of the most intense scenes probably in the history of cinema is all of that, and beautifully shot. And what I mean by that, here we have everybody getting picked off, right, one by one. But it was the realism that Stanley did with the camera at ground level, and you're seeing exactly how it's a terrifying. You're defenseless. You can't see the enemy. The enemy happens to be a woman, a 15-year-old woman. And taking everybody out, and he's shooting it the way down low, like near the ground level the whole time. Like it's like you're ready to die at any second, and you don't know who's shooting. Isn't until the very end of the movie you find out who's shooting you, and it's just a great movie. I'm sorry. It's just like it's so
Kubrick
good.
came out of the blue after 13 years?
Yes.
In Quiet. Only 6 years of Quiet after The Shining, and we were all wondering what he was going to do. Even the soundtrack, by the way, is great in that movie.
Let's. You want to hang on? Let's keep going. What have you got to do tomorrow, Jay?
I've got a lot to do tomorrow. I do.
Are you bad?
I do. I have to clean up my whole ranch.
Jay, what a great show tonight, and I can't wait to do it again. Let's do it again soon. And thank you for everything. And as always,
thank you, Jimmy.
As always, I will speak to you tomorrow.
You bet, man.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Love you, dude. Bye.
Love you back, Jay Weidner.
And here comes Mom. And he's sitting here. I don't know if he's protecting me from you or...
No, because I'm telling him that he's a good dog. You know what he
What?
wants.
What is it with you?
You know what he wants. He's good. You know what
You hear him?
wants. You know what he wants.
He does this all the time, though.
His play will be for you to go outside.
Don't say the word.
I know.
Don't say the word.
I'm sorry. Come on. You can't. It's raining too.
It's not raining. It's clear. We're watching the sky with the stars.
Oh, okay. Come with me. Come on, let's go.
Nope. Here.
I want to take my drops.
I dare you to come near me and tap me.
Oh, I needed the metformin. I need the pill.
Yeah. Do it. Touch me. Hit me. Oh, do it again.
No, I don't like to do that.
He's like,
What you want, Budito? What you want? You want to go outside?
come on, Ma. Don't do that.
You want to eat? I'll make you a nice hamburger.
Come on. Hit me. Come on, Ma. He's got to see it. Whoa, what the hell is he seeing?
Maybe a flight or something.
It's up there. What is he looking at the ceiling for?
I told you, sometimes there's flights.
There ain't no fly there.
Well, he's looking at something.
What? What?
Oh,
Beltro.
I feel bad when he goes like that.
What? Beltro.
You want to go outside? Don't you feel sorry for
Come
him?
here. Come here, you freak. Come here. As soon as I turn my head, that's what he does. You walk. Go to your room. See what happens if he follows you.
I wish I could take him out.
Now he's sitting right by me. Look at this.
Yeah, that's it.
And laying down now. He's wondering what you're gonna do. That's what he's wondering. What are you gonna do?
Well, you want to go outside?
He's not gonna. He doesn't. He knows you don't take him outside.
You want to go outside or what?
He's not gonna listen to you. You're not gonna fool him like that. He knows who takes him.
No, now you do it.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna tease him like that. There's no way, because I'm not going to take him outside right now.
He's relaxing.
Yeah, he's just chilling out. Anyway, hello to everybody who's watching on YouTube.
Bye, Booby.
On both YouTubes, Twitch, Facebook, and Trovo. Marco, it's past your bedtime. What are you still doing up? You're usually in bed by now.
This door open. Oh, my.
I'm sure David is about to teach a class.
Mira,
What?
esta puerta está abierta.
Yeah, I know, but the other one is locked.
Which one?
The screen one is locked.
This one going to the...
The screen one is locked, though.
Okay. So,
What's up, Daryl and Katie and Fantasy? Yeah, Fantasy. I don't know if I'll be. I should be around. Of course, D. If she's still chilling out, Jose, Lewis. I saw Spiritus in there earlier. X Lady. Shaden, of course. Jay was in there earlier. So yeah, this is a weird thing that's going on right now. Because you have two that are active. What the heck is that? The thing is, one has got dim ones and the other one has 5 or less, possibly bright fireballish type going on. Is that a spider? Oh my God, that freaked me out. Oh my God, I almost had a heart attack. Oh, let me check my pulse. Oh, it was a firefly, and I thought it was a spider coming from the ceiling somewhere. Oh my gosh, that thing was incoming. Did you see it? I thought it was a spider on a web and a big thing right in front of my face. Because that was just like hovering. Holy. Oh, and 4. Oh my gosh, that was like, I'm telling you, look, now no joke, the hair is standing. Oh, I can now just get rid of this audio that we can hear slightly in the background, which is Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, courtesy of KGRADB.com. And what's up, Keith? Let's see who else is hanging out. So yeah, it's, the moon is right to the left of the screen. You can see how it's starting to wash out the sky. But a little bit to the left, that's where the moon is. And that's why they said this wouldn't be a good shower to view, because of the moon. But it is what it is. But I'd rather it doing it now than ruining the Perseids. So the moon can do whatever it wants to do right now, wash out whatever, I don't mind. Because it sets up for a good Perseid, weather permitting meteor shower. So it's all good. Oh my God. There is, I saw it again today. There is a spider here somewhere, a little one. I'm calling him Boris from the Who song. This thing just, he's really tiny. But what was that? I saw a flash. Right there. What was that? And I just see him, I don't know if he's going in the hole here where the screws would go, if it was bolted a different way. But he just comes hanging down, and then he goes, I don't kill him. I blow on the web. Because I tried to flick him, but I missed. And then you see him going right up the web again and disappearing somewhere in this mic. So somewhere in this mic, there lives a tiny spider named Boris. And he's small. He's not, he's really small. It's not going to bother me. Because I am an arachnophobe. But I am not kidding. One day I was in the pool and I was in the water and I see this spider on my ladder. And I swear to you, it was like he was, because I was going to knock him off. I don't want no spiders in the water. I don't want spiders near me. And I'm not kidding. It's like he turned around and I could tell that it was looking directly at me. And it knew that I was looking at it. And then it turned around and like went away. But I had a staring contest with a spider. It was the most bizarre thing because I knew exactly. I'm telling you, it got up on the legs and was looking at me. And I'm like, this thing is looking at me. I said, no, this cannot be happening. This cannot be happening. I'm having a stare down with a spider. I don't even know where that video is, and it has David's clip too with his spider. I don't even know where that video is. It's got to be on my YouTube channel somewhere with spider. But there's a lot of that video you don't see, like me trying to get it into the tray to take it outside, because I didn't harm it. I brought it outside, believe it or not. I put it in that aluminum tray, and I carried it outside, and I threw him outside. Dude, it might have been a real weird experience if that was the case. I'll tell you that right now. That might have been. I might have started talking to it and say, listen, I have no bad feelings toward you, spider. I mean, if that were the case, I would have had a conversation with it. Oh my gosh. He died when you threw him. No, I don't think so, because this was like a wolf spider. This thing was pretty big. It was the size of $50. This was not a little spider. This was a wolf spider, and it was right there in front of my thing. And Mark D'Antonio was on with me. Bill, it's only a wolf spider. Mark, it's the size of I said it was half the size of the tile or something like that. Bill, it's not that big. Hell no. Somebody's calling the KGRA phone line. Can you believe this? Why would, what? I don't know.
Well, you better. Why?
Why?
Because I don't know if you got one of my box, my bag,
What?
my prescription.
Ma, where is he?
It's right here.
Does he have it?
It's on the floor.
He eats that, he's dead. Dead. Dies. Dead, my man.
No, it's the box. It's my drops. I don't give a damn.
Tycho, put it down. Put it down.
Put it down. You got it? You dropped it, I think.
He's got it in his mouth. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. I can't grab it out of his mouth.
Ay, Dios mío, please stop it.
Get over here. Get over it. Put it down. Give me that. Are there drops in there?
Sure, that's my drops that I was going to put them on. Put them right there.
Drama at 12:35 at night or whatever it is. Dog's running around with her eye drops in his mouth. Anyway. Yes, exactly, Daryl. That's why I don't harm them. Because they're great pest killers. Termites is a good example. So you don't want to harm the spiders. Really. I just don't want them near me. They could be outside. It's fine. Just don't be near me. What are the spiders? There's another spider that's out there that if they bite you, might happen to my neighbor. I forgot the name of them. It's not the wolf. It's the other one that's in the woods. It's like a wood spider. They get you. He had to go to the hospital. It was the nastiest thing I've ever seen. His entire hand blew up. And you could actually, he showed me the bandage. It swelled up so much that you could see the puncture marks from the spider. Big holes. It was the nastiest thing I've ever seen. That's it, brown recluse. There you go. Yes. All three of you said it at the same time. And man, I was like, where'd that happen? Oh, I was cleaning in the backyard. I said, what? What did you just say? And, they're out there. I'm out there. When you're going in the pool through all the grass and walking barefoot into, that shit freaks me out, I'm telling you. And the ticks. Oh, it was horrid, Daryl. It was, he's okay now. But I couldn't believe how much it's swelled up, and you could see the actual holes of where the puncture wounds were from the spider. I couldn't believe it. It was the nastiest thing I've ever seen. So that's even a bigger fear. With these recluses out here. Yeah, I know, Keith. It's on my YouTube somewhere. No, Tycho, because I was thinking space. There was another name I was gonna call Tycho. Actually, Keith and I had this conversation before I got him. There was a couple of other names I was thinking of before Tycho, but eventually it landed to Tycho. But actually, Keith and I had that conversation about his name because Keith was involved when I bought him. Keith was the reason I got him. So I found a weird looking tick in my pool the other day. It was dead, but it was weird looking. This thing looked like it was genetically altered. It looked bizarre. I'd never seen a tick like that. It was nasty. It didn't look like a normal tick. It looked really. And there's there's different types of ticks. There's the one with the spot on it. They're and you got to know. You got to know the classification. It's helpful if you get them under your skin, and you got to take them out. Thank God it hasn't happened to me. I'm not even gonna. The weather here is gonna be. I just got a weather alert for tomorrow. This is crazy. Thunderstorms may contain strong gusty winds. Chance of rain 100%. Here it comes again. It's only going to be 73 degrees too. So I don't know how long these clear skies are going to last. Because they're already predicting some serious storms tomorrow. Oh gosh, Joe, that must have. Oh, they're not native there. Yeah, dude, I'm not. Some people send me videos of like these big ass. I gotta watch my language. Big spiders. I'm like, don't do it. I don't know how I could never live in a place like that. Like with tarantulas and big spiders that size, I couldn't do it. I would freak out. I would move. I couldn't live there. There's no way. You're talking to an arachnophobe. And you're going to live in a place with giant spiders. I would die. I could just see it. Now here I have a septic, which is really bad in some ways. Because these freaking spiders come up the pipes. I am not kidding how many times that's happened. When I'm about to go into either bathroom and I look into the shower stall, because I make sure I look every time. And there's this big spider just right there trying to get up the walls of the bathtub. Just trying. Now, what I do is I take a bucket of water and I flush that sucker right back down the way he came. But that freaks me out to see, because now I'm like dealing with it and I'm looking at it and it's moving and it's big and it's trying to get out. And I'm like, this is just not a good confrontation here. No, I just don't like spiders, Muckwin. I don't harm them. I don't kill them because they're good to have around. Oh no, the derechos in, is it really? I was talking about that yesterday. I actually was talking to Kriston about that today during his show. The derechos. Is it happening now? Wow, Marco, I got to look at the radar right now. I want to see what's going on. Not the radar, more the satellite. Satellite imagery. Oh my God, that big thing that was around there last night has grown. Look at the size of that. Wow, that is scary. It's like over encompassing the whole state of Wisconsin. Into near Chicago. I got to look at the radar on this now. Oh, that's nasty. What's going on right now, boy? Which way is this shit heading? Heading south, really south and east. Wow, look at these storms. Oh, that's really bad. Where is this? Oshkosh. If you live anywhere near this area, Oshkosh, it's passing you now. Oh my God. What is this? If you live in Milwaukee, you need to batten down the hatches, potentially. This is coming right down towards you. Seriously. It's really nasty, this line that's coming down. And for this late at night, it does, I can't say that. It does look like it's slightly weakening. Let me look at AccuWeather's radar. Oh yeah, it's even bad on this one. Yeah, Milwaukee, Madison, throughout the whole state, west to east. If you're in Milwaukee, Madison, and points west, throughout the whole state of Wisconsin, you need to watch your radar and you need to pay attention to your weather forecast now. Because this is a nasty line that's coming down towards you. It's really bad by Oshkosh right now. And I mean, there is some serious hail. It's south, just south and west of Oshkosh. And it's moving southeast. This is a dangerous storm. Not even a joke. I'm going to show you guys what I'm seeing. Just quickly. It's not like that we're seeing that much activity here anyway. This is the radar I'm looking at. Look at this. You see where Oshkosh is? Look at that storm right there. That cell. And that's just, look at the size of this line. Look at the size of this line. And see, it's pretty much the whole state. It's coming downward. Milwaukee, Madison, points west, Route 61. This might slide to the east. Now, this is the future forecast. That's good. It looks like, yeah, but there's still a lot of embedded storms here. It looks like it's dying out because it's nighttime. It loses its energy, the heating. But this is nasty stuff. And that's just a projected model. That doesn't mean it's going to be that way. So you got to be careful with this. Now Windy's showing it like this. And we'll stop it. That's nasty. That was 7 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago. There's a curve in there too. I don't like that. I don't like this little hook in there. Don't like that little hook. You gotta watch that. That is a nasty line. This hook, I would be watching this on the radar. It was a little slight. It doesn't look to be nothing though. No. Anyway, if you live in Wisconsin, good night, X. Yeah, it'll weaken because of the nighttime. That's what's coming my way tomorrow. That's why we got a watch going on. That's why my weather, because all that's going to shift east and south. It's going to come right toward me. So yeah, there's the moonlight. Yeah, I was looking at the models about Africa, but there's a big bubble in the Atlantic. I don't see anything coming across and doing anything for us in the Atlantic. Not from what now the models could have changed. I haven't looked. Let me see. We have high pressure sitting off of us right now. Yeah, there's nothing showing up on the euro for a while. There's that big weird bubble. Right in the area they develop. It's the most bizarre thing. The models are still showing it. There is a low, but it doesn't look like it's going to form into anything. And it is making its way across in a week and a half. That needs to be watched by next Saturday. But the models will change. But here's now look at this. This is what I was talking about a few days ago. Hawaii needs to keep an eye on these two. Oh, leave them here. Leave it here. Look what they're forecasting for Hawaii next week. And, well, not for Hawaii, but look what's to the east of the Hawaiian Islands. Check this out.
Very sad.
1, 2, 2 south, 3, 4. There are 4 systems right around the Hawaiian Islands. These two need to be watched. But they look like they're dropping. There's another one here. And what this eventually goes to, they need to watch it here. See if they hold their act together as they cross over. But the Hawaiian Islands definitely need to watch their weather next weekend. If the models stay this way. The American is probably not even going to show any of this. Actually, the American has one here. Look at this. But that's not a real system. And there's a lot of action going on over here. A lot. Look at this. There's 3 of them here. 3. 4, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. But they're taking the energy off of each other. Now this is crazy. But that's the American. The Euro completely disagrees. The Euro is like, what are you talking about? Oh, that's too funny. Here comes that moonlight. And that's going to wash everything out. Hey, the way I look at it, we got to keep an eye on the Hawaiian Islands, but so far so good with the Atlantic. But watch out late August and September. That's all I got to say. We know it. Even into October with the Atlantic off Africa. So we still have a hurricane season to deal with, potentially. But that's a way out for Hawaii. What time is it? 12? Oh my gosh, it's almost 1. I want to check something. Let's check out Aurora Borealis. Wow, the camera's all pixelated. Man, what's wrong with Churchill? And there is green in the screen. There is an aurora. It's not big, but it's there. But they're having an issue with their camera. I've never seen their camera look this bad. This is the best camera I've ever seen for the aurora. This camera is amazing. But they've got issues going on. But you could see the greens in there. But it could just be that it's all just messed up the camera. See, the camera is usually really good. Something's up. But that's the Aurora camera. And this does not let you down. I'm telling you, when it's clear, this place is amazing. That's Churchill, Manitoba, Canada. That's way up there. I'm going to see what their conditions are. And they've got clouds going on. It's funny because it doesn't even look like clouds. It looks like smoke. It's not a good night over there. I'm putting the satellite in motion here for Churchill. That's way up there. Tycho's sleeping. Finally. I'll keep an eye on Churchill though. But the moon, yeah, I know. I got this on now. I was just sharing Churchill. It looks pretty bad right now. Wow, 87 over there, huh? I've got to close some windows down. I've got too many windows open. Oh my God. Oh, that's highlights. I was gonna say. Oh, now they went back to that camera. There is an aurora though, but it's the camera looks terrible. Wow. For a second they had highlights and I was like, whoa, what the hell? But you can see the greens? It's just the camera's glitchy tonight. So, not too good. Which is unusual. Because they're usually reliable up here. Jay knows what I'm talking about. So that's the aurora coverage from Churchill, Manitoba. What's up, Dusty? So, not too good. No, I don't want to close 3 tabs. Okay. Now, who the heck? What? You know, you get messages. You know what's funny? I don't even know how to respond, Dusty. Soy bien? I don't even know. So far, so good with this weather here, though. It's clear. We're going to have to move the cam more to the right. We're not going to have a choice here, so I'm going to do that right now. And while I do it, we'll hear it. Just in case something happens, you guys can hear it in real time. Oh, man. I always do this to see if there's any sounds coming from outside. There's always a sound out there. Yeah, I read about that, Dusty. Good night, Katie. All right, let me go outside. Tycho's like, what is he doing? Nice and cool. Comfy. I could sleep out here. Would I sleep alone in the tent? Hell no. So there's the moon. But we're not going near that. We're going this way. We're going to get away from that moon. And I think we'll stay right there for now. That's not bad. Let me lock the store. Let me get my mug off the screen. Let's get rid of my camera. I could focus I gotta go back outside and focus the camera. Can you see it? I gotta go back out there. Big Sack is in the house. Now I gotta go back out there. Why not? We'll put this on. If a mole was here, he would say, go ahead, go outside, go ahead. Go outside. Oh my God, cat. Scared me. That's better. Yeah, you can hear the camera, the microphone is awesome. You'll hear the coyotes, you'll hear the owls. You'll hear quite a bit out there. And it's dark. Even with the moonlight, it's dark. Yeah, Marco, it is. It's really good. It's so peaceful out there. That's the thing. It's so peaceful. That's a beautiful view, actually, except for that power line, but that is a nice view. I mean, I could clap in here. I've done it. You could actually hear it in the mic outside with the door closed. It is. I mean, look. See? I thought I saw a shooter. Let me see that on the left, right side. Yep. A little one. All right, what I'm going to do is shut that down because it's actually giving me a headache. And then I'm going to put another show on so I could just sit back and relax too. It's been a long day. Let's see. What are we going to put on? I'm going to do some Dolan. Let's do some Richard Dolan.
Often privately and anonymously, but nevertheless recounted their own amazing and sometimes harrowing encounters with UFOs. And a good portion of those inside accounts were completely corroborated and validated by subsequent research. And during the late 1970s, we began to be able to get some declassified military documents through FOIA. And at that point, it was case closed. We knew, like, it became a case of the obvious staring us right in the face. UFOs were real, despite whatever denial the government and the military had to say about it. By the way, before I go any further, I just want to remind you, if you like what I do here, I often forget to say this, gently press that like button if you want to just help me out with the algos. And if you actually like what I do on this channel, you can always consider subscribing and clicking on notifications. After all, it's free. You don't want to miss out on new information. Okay, done with that. Anyway, to maintain that denial. Well, first of all, there was tremendous support from the media establishment, from the academic establishment, and certainly from politicians. All three of those institutions, media, academia, and the political institutions, they were and they remain deeply compromised by the military and the intelligence community. We know about all this. We know about the infamous Operation Mockingbird, in which the CIA explicitly had deep relationships with hundreds of major American journalists. Could be way more than even hundreds. 400 was a number that Carl Bernstein came up with in the late 1970s. Was it more? I'm going to guess it was probably more. But anyway, it was a huge thing. And we also know about the revolving door between the intelligence community and America's elite universities. And of course, how so many, if not all, politicians are just bought and paid for, as well as blackmailed. So for years and years, those groups were perfectly willing to be bootlickers to the select group of secret keepers engaged in UFO disinformation. And that is a total denial of the UFO reality. Now, one thing we've been able to learn while examining that history is that there have always been factions from within that world. That is the world of military and intelligence personnel who have disagreed with the emphasis on total secrecy and denial. And I would just say that it's good to remember that the intelligence community it's not a monolith. It's much more of a labyrinth, and it's got groups that have competing interests, and it's got a history of disagreement on a lot of important things. Always has. It's never been unified. It's never been monolithic. So during the 1950s, for instance, UFO researcher Donald Keyhoe had a lot to say about this. Keyhoe was a retired Marine Corps major who had some friends in some high places, including the one-time director of the CIA that he was a classmate at Annapolis with back, many years before. Anyway, Keyhoe wrote quite extensively about how the so-called secrecy group, as he often called them, was countered by other groups, or sometimes one, sometimes multiple groups within the Air Force and also other military services like the Navy, by those individuals who believe in greater openness on UFOs. This was an ongoing struggle. And if you read Keyhoe's books carefully, and not just Keyhoe, but read even Report on Unidentified Flying Objects by Edward Ruppelt. But if you read it carefully, you can pick out a very interesting dynamic that was at play. Now, it's true that the side of secrecy consistently won those battles, but there were definite moments in which the people on the other side were able to make their own waves and cause a threat to the overall policy. It happened on more than one occasion. Now, of course, this sort of thing has never been exclusive to the subject of UFOs. I mean, during the 1970s, the CIA had whistleblowers like Victor Marchetti and Philip Agee, who wrote about many of the misdeeds of that agency. They got a lot of trouble for it, by the way, and a lot of hassle accrued to them over that. But it was a huge controversy at the time. More recently, in our own century, we've learned of intelligence community whistleblowers like William Binney and Edward Snowden, obviously. There have been many others. They're just the best known of them. The point, once again, is that the intelligence community is not a monolith. It's too big for that. It's too big. There are always going to be different perspectives from within it. I can't tell you how many times I've spoken with someone from within the military or within the intelligence community about the subject of UFOs. It's happened more than once. And a typical attitude that I get is something like, yes, I support the idea of getting the truth out, but my hands are tied. Can't do anything about it. And that is probably the single most typical response that I get from anyone in that world who knows anything about this subject. They've all got their jobs to do. They've all taken their security oaths. And some of them would be in serious hot water if they were to break those oaths. So now enter TTSA, To the Stars Academy of Arts and Sciences, Tom DeLonge, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Hal Puthoff, Jim Semivan, and so on. All of these people had significant backgrounds with the United States military or the intelligence community in one form or another, and they still may. Well, maybe except Tom DeLonge, I suppose. But right away, starting in late 2017, this group begins putting out some very provocative information. All right. We all know this. So first, they obtained through FOIA and then released to the world 3 rather interesting UFO videos from the U.S. Navy. I realize not everyone says, oh, those are definite UFOs. They may not all be. They may none of them be, but they were definitely, it was a first to get those out at all. I mean, something like this had never happened before. And by the way, I do think that the Tic Tac UFO video remains a very interesting and engaging video, particularly taken within the context of how we know we got it, which was through the engagements by the U.S. Navy off the coast of California in 2004, all having to do with, you know, the visual sightings that we now know well about from Commander David Fravor and his colleagues. So I consider that video personally to be quite important. The other 2 we could debate. The fact is, in nearly 80 years of the UFO cover-up, something like this release had never happened before. It never happened. You know, and as I'm sure you all remember, the Navy didn't recognize those videos as legitimate for nearly, I think, 2 years. And meanwhile, you know, skeptics continually argued that the videos were hoaxes or fakes of some sort. And eventually the Navy had to admit this was real. And it was a very long, twisted process. You know, they complained about it the whole time. I mean, what else could they do though? They had to admit it. The videos were obviously real. And we had all gotten to the point where everyone knew that they were real. So it was becoming a bit ridiculous. So as I see it, I think the Navy just finally caved in. In the meantime, there were quite a few Pentagon and Navy announcements that made it pretty clear that they were very unhappy with this release. There were several times in which they claimed that ATIP actually never investigated UFOs. I mean, definitely trying to embarrass Elizondo and TTSA. That was obvious. Remember that. And then they also said at one point that Elizondo actually never ran ATIP. And again, this was untrue. But each time these things came out, some folks in the UFO community would say, aha, he's lying. It's, you know, and on and on. And it's amazing how quickly people will rush to defend the Pentagon or the intelligence community when it suits their purposes. We see a lot of that these days in and out of the UFO field, it seems to me. Anyway, it seemed obvious to me, at least, that there was a great deal of opposition to TTSA from within the Pentagon and from within the Navy, right from the start. Mellon, Elizondo, they got those videos declassified, and it surely seemed to me, anyway, that the way they did it was by doing it very quietly and not to be super obvious about it until they got something, which they did. And to me, that I consider that a genuine score. But what was their message to the world then via TTSA or even in their private statements? So, you know, once they hit the scene in really 2017, they had several primary messages. And the number one message was that UFOs are real. And they actually never used the phrase UFO. So that was all about UAP and obviously an attempt to rebrand the subject. And, you know, I mean, many times I expressed my own unhappiness over this rebranding. I feel like by doing that, it was a way of siphoning the history out of the subject, which I think is absolutely true. At the same time, it was very obvious, I think, to me, and I'm sure to many of you, why were they doing this? Rebranding it as UAP, because this was an attempt to start a fresh conversation. I think that was very obvious on their part. So UAP are real. Okay. Interesting. That's very important. That these things are genuinely unexplained or even possibly unexplainable. I mean, that came through many, many times in a lot of these statements. So right away, that's pretty heavy duty coming from reasonably accomplished, well-accomplished intelligence and military officials. Yeah, that's very interesting. Thirdly, they stated that this phenomenon, these objects, are something that demand our attention as a society. That was a very big point for them. And then fourth, and this is where a lot of people have really taken issue, these unknown objects are a potential threat to national security. And then they would go on and sometimes say things like, and what if they're Russian or Chinese? You know, I'll come back to that as well. And in fact, there were other pertinent things that they talked about, like the fact that these objects appear to be transmedium is certainly significant. You know, they can go into the water or in the atmosphere equally well. We don't have anything that can do that. So a lot of information came out through folks like Lou Elizondo or Christopher Mellon or some of the other folks at TTSA like Tom DeLonge. And all of that's interesting. Now, I'm going to get back to the idea of a threat in a moment. But before I do, I want to discuss a couple of other things. So first, the existence of a group like TTSA was unprecedented. Now, there have been UFO groups in the past, and some of them with very impressive people, yes. But there was really never a group that went public on this subject that had so many people with such a prominent background, you know, in the intelligence and military community that went on the record to say the things that they did. Now, there were actually, in fact, there are some prior attempts that are noteworthy. And one obvious one, I think the most obvious one to my mind, is the one led by Dr. Stephen Greer in 2001 at his very famous event at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. And there, too, was an assembly of some very impressive people, many of whom had military and intelligence community connections, who spoke about what they knew regarding UFOs. And one of the people, in fact, who was interviewed for the Disclosure Project, who wasn't at the, I don't think he was on the camera, but he was interviewed in the book Disclosure and for the project, was Dr. Hal Puthoff, who, of course, later became a member of TTSA, you know, almost 2 decades later. So there's definitely some crossover there. But anyway, as noteworthy as the 2001 Disclosure Project was, what we saw in 2017 and beyond, I mean, surpassed anything else the UFO community had ever seen, in my view, at least in terms of genuine data dumps. I got 2 slides here I'm going to show you, and I just want to ask you to consider this smattering of news items that we have had since 2017 relating to UFOs. Let me just pull this up here. Nearly all of these really stemming from the work that was initiated by TTSA, a lot of these directly from TTSA, and the ones that aren't were absolutely either inspired directly or sometimes indirectly, but I would say they can genuinely claim credit for most of these. This is one slide, and here's the next one. And, you know, it's like 16, 17 different items in the last 3.5 years. And that's just, I could have made it even a larger list than that, but you get the idea. I think the more recent of those stories were definitely not directly related to TTSA at this point, but I think there's no question that they unblocked the log jam of UFO information that we had all been experiencing for years and years. So I think it's quite significant. Now, the cumulative force of these stories is important. You know, it's clearly initiating wider and wider conversations on the subject of UFOs. It's really rather astonishing, to be honest, as someone who's lived in this community, as I have for more than 20 years, to see this all happen. This is not to say that the information is complete. It's not even close. It's quite obvious that Elizondo, Mellon, Puthoff, these people, look, they know much, much more than they state publicly. We all know this. Obviously, this has everything to do with security clearances. It's frustrating for someone like myself, probably for you, wanting them to go further than they do. But let me discuss this idea of UFO disclosure as a kind of psyop. So overall, I will say that to some extent, this is absolutely true. And to another extent, it is not true. So let me explain. So first, I will say that there are people who claim that all this UFO discussion is a kind of false flag or a psyop. And who they do so for different reasons. Not all of the reasons are the same. So one reason is because there are some people who simply do not believe in UFOs, like at all. So to their mind, any official promotion of UFOs, like as alien in any way, has to be a psyop. So, if you don't know what a psyop is, psychological aberration, in case you didn't know what I meant by that. But as a psyop, in order to distract attention away from things that are, you know, actually true. So, and in fact, this has always been an important segment of commentators on the subject. There's lots of skeptics out there, and Some of those skeptics are actually skeptical of the United States government. A lot of UFO skeptics are not skeptical of the United States government, but some are. And when you get them who are that way, they often are inclined to see any UFO data as a kind of psyop or a false flag even. Now, there are other people who believe that the current discussion is a psyop for different reasons. So many of them will believe that there are UFOs and that there are aliens. But they, too, are also very distrustful of anything coming out of mainstream media or the government sources. Understandably so, by the way. Now, I would say many of them, however, would consider anything that is covered by mainstream media to be false and deceptive. Like, automatic. If it comes out on a major newspaper like the New York Times or anything else, then it's got to be a lie. Again, I think this is understandable. I mean, given a long history of genuine spin, genuine deception, lies on behalf of the corporate and intelligence community interests for generations and generations. That's Project Mockingbird. That's what that was all about, and that's never gone away. In fact, I think Mockingbird is deeper, more entrenched now than it's ever been. All right. But this particular group is focused on the fact that Elizondo and Mellon, seems to me the main thing that they are talking about here is that they have sometimes discussed UAP or UFOs as a potential threat. This is the thing. Now, I'm not going to get into names here. I'm not interested in having wars with personalities. I am much more interested in discussing the ideas and the facts. So that is where I'm going to remain. I do not think it is helpful to attack or smear other individuals simply because I may disagree with them on this. All right, so to continue. The argument is that by emphasizing the threat potential of UFOs, that this is done in order to frighten the public or even maybe members of Congress into approving certain measures, such as greater spending for the military establishment or defending against aliens, because that's going to be an expensive proposition if you want to spend money to defend against aliens. It could even be in order to scare the public so much that they are willingly going to relinquish the last vestige of what was once genuine freedom. And that would definitely constitute a false flag. No argument from me there, if that were to be the case. There's a further argument to be made here, which is that UFOs are clearly not a threat. And I hear this a lot from certain segments of the UFO community, so that 80 years or more of interaction with them shows that they haven't blown up the White House. They haven't seemed to engage in overt, directly hostile activities. And I would say that this is true to a certain extent, but not fully. Not fully, not at all. First of all, there have been quite a few events in which aviators, both military and civilian, have had to contend with some very dangerous encounters by these unknown objects, and people have died. That's happened. Doesn't seem like a full-scale war in the sky. Yes, I agree, it doesn't, from what I can see. But there is definitely sometimes some trouble in paradise, and I don't think humans are the ones always starting it, at least from the data that I look at. So that is somewhat of a questionable assumption that the aliens are always totally peaceful, at least to some extent. We can question it. But from a military point of view, especially, of course, UFOs constitute a potential threat. They obviously do. They obviously do. It is truly absurd to think otherwise. If you are a responsible military officer, and let's say you are responsible for the airspace above your very sensitive base, and some unknown, unconventional looking object or objects are hanging out in that airspace repeatedly, you are obligated to treat that as a potential threat. It's your job. Like, you have to do that. I mean, until you get a genuinely clear series of proofs, otherwise, you must treat it that way. Now, I realize there are people who really don't care about that. But asking a military person not to think that way is just ridiculous. Of course, they are going to think that way. And, I mean, frankly, you want them to think like that. They're defending your country. That is their job. So even so, you could still say that, well, they're misguided. The aliens are beneficial. You could argue that, and they're here to help us. Many people have made this claim. Okay. But let's just keep in mind that many other researchers and experiencers also have made the opposite claim. This is not a unified conclusion here. There is a worldwide phenomenon of let's just say, apparent alien abduction. And some of these are instances in which the person who remembers their experience, they're not always deeply upset by it. That is true. But many others are deeply upset by it. But however you look at it, we are talking about something that appears to be extremely widespread worldwide, frankly. And also, and this to me is significant, extremely covert. This is a deeply covert operation. Now, unless someone is the most like trusting, wide-eyed person who ever lived, I would think that they would at least be concerned by this and by the implications that most, frankly, of the abduction researchers have come to, which is that there is some sort of operation going on by which, how else can we put this, by which hybrid infiltrators are being placed within our society. Now, I realize that's a very heavy-duty thing to say, and I should emphasize that I don't know for a fact that that's happening. But I will say equally that those people who deny this outright, all right, they equally do not know this for a fact. All right, I don't care how adamant they sound. They don't know any better than the other side does. Now, if you don't want to talk about abductions, forget abductions. If you don't want to focus on that, one thing that is absolutely happening around the world every single day, every day, especially every night, are the appearance of ultra stealthy craft, basically in your neighborhood, because it's in everyone's neighborhood, because it is around the world. These things are reported globally. They're moving low over the sky, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., in the dead of night. They're noticed often by just lone individuals who sometimes just happen to be awake at the time. They're outside. And the fact is, these reports are consistent and they are worldwide. Now, look, who the hell is behind this? These are flying saucer-shaped objects. Sometimes they're perfect triangular-shaped objects. But none of them look normal, all right? I keep thinking, does nobody care about this? Something important is behind this. And I'm sorry, but you're going to have make one hell of an argument that this is a fully human black budget operation. Just as if you want to argue, as some people do or seem to do, that all abductions are fully human operations. This is a global thing. All right, this is massive. So what I am saying here is that there are indeed legitimate reasons, at least to ponder whether or not these objects constitute a threat of some sort. It's not an illegitimate position. And those people who keep trying to make it illegitimate are doing a disservice to all of us who are trying to have a genuine conversation about this unknown, at least officially unknown phenomenon. Some people know, but pardon me. By the way, I'm fighting a sore throat. It'll be a race to see if I lose my voice before I finish this presentation, so we'll just see. I think I'll make it. But my point is, we have some thoughts about what this is, but we do not have full agreement. And while there is not full agreement, I think it is a great disservice for some people to try to lock out opposing points of view that they just happen to say is incorrect. All right. And then furthermore, to essentially, call out the other side as somehow intentionally creating disinformation and the like. I think that's an unfair statement to make. All right. Again, I'm just saying that there are indeed legitimate reasons, at least to consider that these objects might constitute a threat to our society. I think automatically leaving that option off the table, it's just always struck me as absurdly naive. Do we honestly think that there is no such thing anywhere as an interstellar economic hitman? Nowhere out there? If you've read the book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins, is there a society that might be interstellar that does this? Why is that impossible? In my own volumes of history of UFOs and the national security state, where I researched this subject, I spent a great deal of time focusing on military encounters with UFOs. And I did this for a few reasons. One, I just simply considered it very important, which it is. But also I did it to make a point, which is to show that if the military is encountering these unexplained things, then they are lying their asses off every time they deny the reality of them. That was one thing I really wanted to make clear. And plus, with the military, you often get a paper trail. So all very useful. But in studying those military encounters, like, it was quite evident that this constituted a problem, a serious problem for the United States military and also for the militaries of other nations that, I was able to get information about. So when I hear Christopher Mellon or Lou Elizondo or anyone else talking about a potential threat, I hear something different than what the people who are crying PSYOP are hearing. I am hearing someone with...
We interrupt this program to bring you something really interesting. Okay, so earlier at 11:08:47, they seen something. I wasn't sitting here. I went to the kitchen. And my friend Jay just put a video up. And I took a screenshot of it, okay? Now check this out. I just enlarged it. I'm glad he did it. So I'm going to share my screen right now. Check this out. And I thought it was a plane. And, I'm still saying it's a plane. Let's make this thing bigger. Come on. Can't go bigger than that. It just had it. If I stop clicking the damn thing a million times. That's bullshit. I just had it so big. Oh my gosh. You had to see what it looked like. How come it got small now? Here we go. What the hell is that? That doesn't look so much like a plane now. And I just enlarged it. You can see the star. And it wasn't flashing. Now, I'm going to take another screenshot of this thing. It really wasn't flashing. And I got his video up. Save 10. Let's look at another one. There's like something there too. It's very hard to tell. Yeah, but this wasn't moving fast enough to be a fucking afterburner. I mean, this is the video he just put up. That was earlier tonight. Ain't moving fast enough to be afterburners. And I don't see no flashing navigational. I'm not saying it's not a plane. I'm just saying, I enlarged it when it was up here. And that's it right there. So I just took a little shot of that. And that's when I enlarged it. All I know is it's peculiar. It is. No flashing lights. Now, I'm saying, I'm thinking, the high likelihood, that's just a plane. Got to be realistic, but when you zoom in, and you see that, and you see this one, what the, that's odd looking. That is odd. That is odd looking. It really is. And no flashers like navigation. It's just there. It's just cruising along. You see that other piece on it? There is another piece on it. You could see it right there. I gotta go back. I gotta freeze it right there. We're gonna take a screenshot of it. There is another little piece on it. Right there. I gotta get that. We gotta get in there. Let's bring this up. See, there's something here. There's something there because you could see it on the other screen. It's right there, that little piece. See it? It's faint. You can. It's probably really hard for you guys to see it. Yeah, I remember that, Jay. See, there's a piece right there. Right at the tip of my mouse. I don't know if you guys can see that. I want to get another photo shot. This is the problem. Even if you capture stuff, it's very difficult to say what the hell it is. Okay. Yeah, that's fucking peculiar, that little one, that little thing right there. I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. Remember, it's out of focus because we're blowing it up. It could just simply be a plane. I don't know. Yeah, let's put this on full screen. You can see it right there. It's got like a greenish tinge in there. And the lights don't change. They stay solid. Those two white ones stay solid the whole time. And I don't see it blink once. See, I like I said, plane most likely. I'm not saying, you know, you got to be careful when you're dealing with stuff like that. But it is really interesting. I just got to say, it's really interesting. I don't know. Like I said, my guess is plane. But it is odd. No, I didn't record outside. I didn't record anything outside because that has to be on. Like now, like it has to be on. I wasn't even here when that happened. I was in the other room. They told me about it when I came back from the kitchen. That's very familiar to me, Jay. I've seen that name before. So, yeah, I gotta move the camera a little bit to the right. The moon, see the lens flare from the moon? Let me go out. That scared me again. Freaking cat scared me again. Yeah, so I don't know. You know, I would never jump and say UFO. I just wouldn't. I need real clear evidence. It's interesting though. It is what it is. But imagine if we, like I always say it, imagine if one day we really do see something extraordinary. And it's like we all seen it. I mean, that's when it's going to be the game changer. Because we're all going to freak out at the same time. And we're not going to stop talking about it. It's just going to be like, what the hell was that? What happened? That's what I'm waiting for. Yeah, it's true. It is unidentified. It is flying. Well, it's a unidentified. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. And it's definitely a flying. You're right. It's a UF object. It's some type of object. So I guess, right? You guys are too much. Oh my God. I Keith told me about that incident that happened on P&K. I wish I could show you the video. That's so scary, and I don't know where the freak it is, and I hope to God I didn't delete it. But I can't share it because I'll get in trouble. But it's creepy as. I'm going to get Al. I'm not even going to share it. I'm not even going to talk about it, but that is one of the best creepy paranormal things I've ever seen on tape. Sack. I'm not even going to go there because I won't sleep tonight. I don't even know if I have that video anymore. Which would be an absolute travesty. Oh, that's not it. Oh my God, it could be any. Oh my God, there it is. There it is. With the old lady sleeping in the bed. Oh my God. That is so creepy. That is so freaking creepy. It's almost like she sensed something was there. She moved and then went right back to sleep, but it was like she looked toward that day. She moved and shifted to that direction. And it's like a shot. Oh, that is. I can't. Every time I see that, I freak out. I'm not kidding. That is so creepy. The Goblin. Oh, God, my gosh. It's creepy. Want to see it? For a quick second. And now, this is my friends. This has not been published, but I'm going to have to delete the streams now. Because this is not out there yet, really. Look at this. Just fucking watch. Excuse my language. Just watch to the right side of the screen. I gotta play it. Look at that. That is creepy. Oh my God, with the... oh my God. And there's all kinds of shit going on in here. There's like an energy. Look at the shadows. And then look at that. What, Mom? What? 2 o'clock. Oh my God. If I caught that in my house, I'll move out. I'm out. I'm gone. Oh my gosh. That's creepy. Now you don't tell me that ain't creepy. That is downright creepy. Like somebody's looking around the other side and their eyes flash. You can see their eyes. Oh my gosh. That is some... Oh my... So, and you see all kinds of energy before that. It's like there's something moving over there. It's like shadowy. It's a night vision camera. But not the green. I'm trying to think of the right. I'm so tired. That is creepy though. I'm sorry. It's just creepy. Exactly. Let me see the video you're sending me now. My computer's going to freaking have a heart attack. Toward the end. Shit. I don't see it. What's the timestamp on this video? Oh, I see it now. It does have that look. But there's 3 in that. That looks like a fucking triangle. Oh, that was the camera moving. It kind of looks like that. I wonder if they moved the camera because they seen that. It's hard to tell. I'm looking at that video. I'm going to share it on my screen for everybody to see. Good night, Daryl. Let me see. This is what he shared with me that he posted. And this is from that Aurora camera up in Manitoba, Churchill. They could just be two satellites traveling. So it's these right here. It definitely caught their attention. The camera operator's attention, for sure. They look really close together, though. That's interesting, though. Look at that camera view, though. Oh my gosh. So, I don't know. Could be. Big sack. It could be. It's so beautiful out there. It's got to be like 61 degrees, maybe even cooler than that. I wonder what the temperature is at 2 a.m. $61 degrees, I called it. I freaking called it. $61. You can't see it, but it's 61 degrees. Right on. Uh-oh. Chance of rain at 4 a.m. Oh, what does that mean? Let's look at windy. Let's see what the satellite imagery looks like. It looks like clouds are coming. Hell no. So that storm in Wisconsin is still holding its act together at this hour. It's still bad. But not as bad as it was earlier, but it's still bad. Nasty line. That's my weather for tomorrow. It's clear. There is no clouds coming this way. Not for the rest of this Skywatch, at least. Wow, look at these clouds screaming down from the north, though. Wow. This sucker's moving. It won't be here, though, but it's coming. For tomorrow, it's going to be nasty here. $81 where Genghis is right now. Yeah, it's beautiful here right now. Let's see what that is. That's the chupacabra tree. That's what I call it, the chupacabra tree, right there. I'm not even kidding. So, That is possibly Saturn. Oh, I can't tell because my camera angle. Or Altair. Where the heck is Jupiter? Jupiter's more to the left. Behind the tree. That's where the radiant is. But that's where the moon is too. Yeah, it's beautiful out. It's cool. It feels so nice. I could sleep outside if it wasn't so creepy. Because I wouldn't do it alone. I can tell you that right now. I wouldn't do it. It's intimidating. Even in my own yard. There's so many animals. And spiders. That's the one thing. It's the bugs. I got a tent. I got a 10-man tent. I got a beautiful tent. Really nice. I don't know if there's any pictures on this phone. I don't know. What year is that? 2019? Maybe, yeah. Or was it 18? I don't remember anymore. I don't see any. We had a great time in that tent, I can tell you that. It's definitely before Tycho's time, so I gotta go past all these photos. Here it is. There's only one picture. I found only one picture of the tent. It was only used once. It's brand new. And I got it. Oh shit, for Kriston. So it begins. Tornado warnings in Dodge County. I'm in my element. Let's go. This is Wisconsin. See? He's even saying it. And that was 10 minutes ago he sent me that message. Kriston. So it's right there. That's scary. Wow. So this is the tent that we stayed in. Keith, Eric, and I. You've seen a shooter while I'm messing around. What the hell was that? What is that light? The cable just lit up. Oh, that's Iron Maiden. What the fuck? There it is. This is the tent we stayed in. I think my mother's coming in the area. It's either her or Tycho. That's the tent. 10-man tent. It was only used once. This time. It was awesome. And it's big in there. It is big in there. It's roomy. So that was the tent. So it's not like I don't have a tent. No, the lights are off. I shut all the lights off. What's up, mad dude? That went off. It must have been one of the motion. Yeah, the bass player from ZZ Top passed away, and I don't know if it was yesterday, the day before, the founder and original drummer of Slipknot passed away, young. 47, I think. I don't remember. I saw it on my phone. I couldn't believe it. I'm listening to Mom talking to the dog. Yeah, that's I have 5, but you wouldn't see those. On the fence that I built, I put 2 solar motion sensor lights, 2 on each side of the fence. So 2 facing away from the driveway and 2 facing on the inside of my property, like. Then there's one of those big solar light sensor, motion sensor things on top of my garage. So if there's an animal out there, theoretically, the light is going on, and that's the light we're seeing from one of them. I would think one of 3. It's the only thing that could be. Can't figure anything else. Matter of fact, let's see something. No, I'm streaming on all 5 platforms right now. 5. Oh, I need to pay attention. Because you guys are seeing stuff here. I could bring the gain down a little bit, but so we're streaming on both YouTubes, Twitch, my Facebook, and Trovo. That's where we're at right now. 5 platforms. And I can change that. I can do D Live. I can do a few. Yeah, I saw that. It's supposed to get cloudy soon because our weather's going to... It's not going to be good tomorrow, man, dude. It's not. It's supposed to be, like, really nasty tomorrow. Heavy thunderstorms. Look what's going on in Wisconsin right now. It's not good. We're in a good spot. It's just this is not a big active meteor shower, either one. Oh, yeah, you can, Jay. Another one bottom screen. Maybe I need to lower my screen down a little bit. What do you think? Oh, I just seen one faint right in the middle of the screen. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. Maybe I should bring the gain down a little bit. I'm going to do that. Go outside even though I can't stand it. It looks a little out of focus. I can't go out there with my bare feet because the grass is cold. I'm going to try to sharpen up the image and put the heater band up a notch. Oh shit! What is that? Oh my god, I just got scared out of my fucking mind. Oh my god, that just freaked me out. Heater band. Oh, I'm hearing noises out here. I'm going the fuck inside. Oh my god. Was this on? Did you hear me? I don't know what it was, but I'm freaking out. Look, I'm freaking out. That was weird. I ran inside. The light went on. I heard a noise and I ran back in. The camera looks better though. I don't know what it was. If it's an animal, you know, I'm coming in. It's too dark out there. You can't see anything. Anything could just jump on you. You won't see it. It does look nice, even though those wires are annoying. That's his runner right there, too, on the right. That's Tycho's runner. It goes to that tree, and it goes to another tree in the back. He's got the whole property to run. Yeah, no raccoons. And there's plenty of them out there. And then the cats went running right by me. I was like, oh shit. Like they got spooked. When the cats get spooked, I'm spooked. They both went running right by me. I was like, oh. Could be a skunk. There was a skunk in the backyard earlier. During AJ's show, he was barking like crazy. I didn't move the camera much, just a little bit down, and I fixed the focus. I mean, it should look better now. I dimmed it down a little bit. Oh my God, don't do that.
No, you don't do this to me. It's already.
Oh, now Mom is here. We're seeing meteors, and she's telling me, am I done? Can you believe it? Because you know that this doesn't get good till like now. But she's going to do that to me. So close the door so I don't bother you.
No.
We're watching a meteor shower, Mom, and I'm not going to bed yet.
I'm going to sleep like that.
All right, go to bed. We're watching a meteor shower, and we're seeing stuff, okay? Okay. You gotta be kidding me. You hear her? You heard her, right? You definitely heard that. I'm the kid, she said. I'm the kid watching a meteor shower. Oh, you heard it, right? That's Mom. I should do it, but I'm not. If I was bad right now, an instigator, you know what I would do? I would do this. Ready? I would do some shit like this.
Wanna grow up, buy my Toys R Us kid. They got a million toys at Toys R Us that I can play with. I don't wanna grow up, buy my Toys R Us kid.
Oh, shit. I was just driving nuts. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Oh, God. Imagine playing that loud right now. Oh, God. That would cause an absolute fucking panic in the house. I mean, that's like something out of a bad horror movie. Oh. If I really was bad. No, see, I'm even thinking worse, Katie. I would go outside and start hitting her window. Oh, be over. I'm thinking some really bad things right now. Going, because I have it here. I have the spider wire, the fishing line. I can get the spider wire and tie it to something in the kitchen. Like a handle that moves. And I keep banging a pot. Exactly. Move the alien from the... Oh, there's another thing. I won't do it. I'm not. What the hell was that? What was that? A dog? Wait, let me see if I can find it, because it'll be... If I get up, I'm in trouble. I'm better off just not... doing bad things. If I set the alarm, let me see something. Clock, alarm sound. Oh, monster. Oh shit, I didn't know I could do that. She might destroy my phone. That's fucking loud. I can set my clock. I can set my clock to that ringtone, and it's gonna. And I'm gonna set it for 3. No. And I'm gonna put it in the closet. 3:15. Save. So if I set that, it's gonna go off as the alarm. And I gotta put it like in a shoe in the closet on the other side. In the other room. I'll get my revenge. That's the thing I made for this purpose. It's pretty crazy, actually. Let me go back. I'm not kidding, I'm setting the alarm. Let's see if it works. Let me set the alarm for... What time is it? 2:24. For 2:25. 2:26. Save. Sets from 2 minutes from now. Let's see what happens if it works. Hopefully it'll go off. I did that. I made those sounds. That's all me. I know, right? Too bad the mic wasn't on. So imagine me hiding this. Imagine me hiding this in the closet, like deep, where it sounds muffled, but you hear that voice coming from the fucking closet. It might get dicey. It should be coming on any second. Like any second, it should come on. I seen one just down the bottom. There's it. I seen one, little one. We're right where we need to be. We're seeing it now. I just seen that one. I don't know if anybody else seen it in the middle, bottom, by the wire. I would have to take the vibration off. And it's long. Oh my God. I have to take off the vibration though, because it's going that would give it away. But it's a success. It would work. That's the key. It would work. So anybody who sleeps over my house is going to get it. At some point, I got to pick on somebody to do that to. As long as they don't destroy my phone. They might have to use a cheap phone for that. I just realized my neighbor has to take that tree down. That's the dead tree right there. That has to come down. It's not on my property. It's all the way to the side, but that's a dead tree. He needs to know that. He needs to take that shit down. That's a danger. He's gonna find out the hard way when it comes down. That's good. You got a wireless Bluetooth speaker now. I can't take that sound anymore. Oh my God. Yeah, so there's a few little shooters here and there. Nothing Perseus is going to be the show, but that's the sound from outside the camera. What you hear a lot is the road and the traffic on the road below. That's what you're hearing. That was weird that night when that shelf fell. That scared the shit out of me. When that shelf fell out of nowhere. I think that was the same night as the shadows. I think it was the same night when the shadows were on those bushes, but it was probably a moth flying in front of the solar lamp. It's the only explanation. It had to be. Had to be. Like Navis said that morning. It is nice out though. Yeah, I saw one on the bottom around that time. Right by the wire. Go across from left to right. A green one. See, I want a real looking tarantula. And remote control it under someone's bed. Like say, okay, good night everybody. Good night. And even set up a Mevo. But you got to be careful with people's privacy. But you know, set up a Mevo and then fuck with the spider so I could see how I'm moving the spider around in the room. Like, and see their reaction. And then put it back, like under the bed. And then wait for them to look under the bed and just let it race right out. But I looked it up. The remote control spiders, they all look phony. I need a real looking one, like real. And then it's game on. Or even in the bath. Well, you don't want to do the bathroom because people, that's the last place you want to do it. Yeah, an RC spider. Absolutely. It would have, even the bedroom is dicey because people could be changing. So maybe in the living room or dining room, where they're out in the open. And you play it off like you're sitting in another room and you could control it on camera. Jay, we will do that. Definitely, I will bring you on in a future time. But tonight is not that night. You know why? Because I'm ready to pass the hell out. I am so tired. I can't stop yawning. This is when I know the time has come to go to bed. When I'm feeling like this, 2:30 in the morning, I got to do Kriston's show tomorrow afternoon. I see what you wrote. But I'll definitely get you on, Jay. Katie, just make sure to check under the bed. Check the closet. Make sure your windows aren't open. And nighty night. Good. Shady's leaving. Get up in 5 hours. Yeah, go. I'm going to sleep too. I'm saying Shady. I'm going to go to sleep too because I got to get up in the morning. Well, reasonable time. If I go to bed now, I won't fall asleep till 3:30. The latest I can get up is 10:30. So theoretically, that's 7 hours. That's not too bad. But the chances are I'm not going to fall right to sleep when I go over there. And this is not a big shower thing. This is really not. The big one's coming in a couple of weeks that I'm going to stay up every night. At least for the 11th, 12th, and 13th mornings. For the Perseids. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed, Jade. Jade, give me a call tomorrow afternoon. Late afternoon. And Jade, Shady, Big Sack, Genghis, anybody who's in this chat, who's here. But before that, I'm not going to officially Fantasy, Jade, Katie, Dusty. I'm just going to do it like this for now. I'm not going to officially end until the camera goes off. So what we're going to do is we're going to go outside now. All right, Mom, I'm going to get the equipment in. Let me make this camera bigger. Tycho's sleeping on the recliner. Hi, Malzable. Welcome to my room. Wow, it's so comfortable out here. All right, let's disconnect power bank. Oh, fuck, the light went down. super damp. It's wet out here. See, this has to adjust to the temperature. The camera. It's that's a lot of cable. That's a lot of cable that goes out to the front. You can't see it, but that's a lot of cable. You see it? What goes outside? This is 50 feet connected to here. That's 50 footer. You can't really see it. So that tripod is out there. It's out there. And I'll leave that for the morning. You know it's coming, right? The zombie apocalypse lock. And there it is. The other one's on. See it? Look. Taco available. Taco available. Taco. What are you doing? See him? Taco available. Available. Anyway, yeah. He's waiting for me. Can you tell? Good night to everybody that's watching on any of the platforms. Have a great night. Be well, be safe. See everybody maybe tomorrow night.